Second or third command of the Skunk Works at Lockheed Martin. Skunk Works built like all of our stealth fighters. They built Area 51. They're very important for a lot of reasons. So I hired the guy that was their main deputy there, the main program director. And I worked with him for the past 4 years. And he would tell me, he's like, the only reason your finger doesn't go through this table is because there's a frequency. It's kind of repelling. There's different densities, this and that. He's like, but if you change the frequency of your finger, you can literally just push your finger straight through this desk. He's like, everything is frequency, and matter is just like a dense form of light, right? So you have the ability with your consciousness, and with machines, you can kind of change that and manipulate everything. It's really interesting. So everything's kind of this frequency thing.
It's frequency.
It's pretty interesting. Yeah.
So to some degree, there's viruses act a lot like a life form, and some scientists have speculated that maybe they are an alien life form, and we've just been living, some cases symbiotically, in some cases more parasitically, with alien life forms all along. You can't disprove that. There is some interesting evidence to suggest that maybe viruses aren't natural to here, to this biome we call Earth. Again, I don't want to go too far in speculation, but there are some scientists who have said that, for the record.
I've been told things, and I hate to do this because it sounds coy, but I mean, I have been told things about what might be an explanation for the phenomenon, which is a bit scary, and it doesn't involve particularly nice explanations for the human race. And it goes back in history, essentially the notions of human origins and what we are and why we are. And maybe people might be confronted about that, especially if they're deeply religious, to know that we're essentially bits of tinkered DNA. Would we panic?
My hope is that as some of these incidents become more and more prevalent, and people in office, particularly Congress, are successful in getting some of this stuff declassified, that some of the more compelling videos and incidents will become more public knowledge, and then you can have that conversation, right? Then I can ask you the same question: which one is your most compelling incident? Right now, there's so many of them, and some of them are just truly baffling. But unfortunately, there's most of it I really can't talk about yet in the public sphere.
And there are major corporations and very wealthy and powerful people in very influential places that are trying to get control of this technology. And they want to use it for their own purposes. And they want to use it for their own wealth.
The reason why today I want to speak out about this is because when right after this happened, I didn't know anything about Valley Davis, Jacques Vallée, Eric Davis, or the UAP and the human post effects of Encounter. This shit, I just started changing. I ended up in the wilderness out here looking for the mother lode for a gold deposit from a family mining claim 100 years old. And I did find it too, by the way, just so you know. But I'm pretty sure all my friends and family thought I was going crazy. I was suddenly homeless, living in the wilderness on some weird fucking dream. And if I had known in advance that this thing was going to change me, that journey would have been far simpler, guys, I have to tell you. So my mission right now is to, this thing is coming. And the world needs to get prepared, and people need to know that when they encounter these objects, whatever they are, you're going to be changed by it, and don't be scared. Embrace it, because it's going to make you better. You'll suddenly gain skills and abilities and interests and passions that you didn't have before, and do it, explore it, go with it. That's my mission. That's my statement. That's what I have to do, because if the world gets this unprepared, like what happened to me, the opposite could happen. This could end in fucking disaster, because people aren't going to know what's happening, and all of a sudden they're going to start changing, and everyone around them is going to start changing too, and it could be chaos. And I think that is the very reason why they're so careful with this.
Let's say that you wanted to make ants practical. You wanted to use them for something, right? You wanted to use them as a form of biological robot. Now, DARPA and other people have been trying to, use insects for, turn them into biological robots. But if you wanted to, you would have to interact with their sense of smell, right? Their pheromone system that they use to interact with each other. So you would either create those molecules to talk to them, to make them do. I'm not saying talk to them as if they're intelligent, but talk to them to manipulate them in ways that you want. Or if you were advanced enough, you would use some sort of electromagnetic or other means to stimulate their neurons in ways that would accomplish the same goal as the pheromones, but by doing it in a sort of a telefactoring way. So let's say you wanted to telefactor with humans. You would interact with them. And this is a technology which you could imagine possible. You could telefactor information into the sensory system of a human, right? But then each human is a little bit different. So either you know enough about them to tailor it to that individual, or you just basically take advantage of whatever the sensory net is that individual has. So if you happen to be good at sound, or you happen to be a very visually inclined individual, then maybe the sensory information that you get that's most effective in terms of transmitting information would come through that portal.
This notion that things elsewhere might influence us, things that are adjoining us, right, through signals that we can't yet contemplate or understand, right? I've said this before, you're just a bundle of quantum waves interacting with itself. And that's who and what you are, but at a higher level, your meat brain interprets you as you and me. And we interact via quantum processes every day. We don't call them that. And so who's to say that there's not other processes going on nearby that we're just not aware of, right? Some sort of energy that is in and of itself self-determining.
I won't digress too long here, but people say, well, how do you envision another dimension? Well, okay, I'm having this conversation with you right now, and I have 3 dimensions I can operate. I can go forward, backwards, left or right, or up and down. And within that, I can navigate within a 3-dimensional space. But imagine if you could shrink and you could get smaller and just pull in. You're not going up or down, left or right. You're actually going in. Well, that's another dimension. That's another example of what it would be like if you could go into another dimension. It is a dimension we can't experience it because we are flesh and blood and you can't really shrink yourself. But that's an example, right? Getting into the very, very small.
We really, as human beings, have to get together, and that's when we said we're taking this private, and we won't discuss classified information, but we are going private. The public has to be more informed about this and let them know that their consensus reality, the reality we all agree on, isn't quite right. There's something else going on, and we really truly have to figure that out because that's what we do as human beings.
I hadn't even talked about the search for extraterrestrial life. What do you think what do you think we're doing on Mars? What do you think we're looking for life? This is a part of NASA's mission. That's what this telescope is going to be looking for. Are there other planets elsewhere that there is life? Now, I know what you've seen is what those Navy pilots saw in 2004, and there have been some 300 sightings since then. And I've talked to those pilots, and they know they saw something, and their radars locked onto it. And then all of a sudden it was here on the surface, and then it's there. And they don't know what it is, and we don't know what it is. We hope it's not an adversary here on Earth that has that kind of technology. But it's something. And so this is a mission that we're constantly looking. Who is out there? Who are we? How did we get here? How did we become as we are? How did we develop? How did we civilize? And are those same conditions out there in a universe that has billions of other suns in billions of other galaxies? it's so large, I can't conceive it.
Anyone going through the Rice archives in search of information about UFOs should, in my estimation, keep in mind that any cases dated after 1975 and certainly after 1985 must first be analyzed as potential fakes. Not necessarily hoaxes, mind you, but products of classified projects, of which there were hundreds, that play on human expectations of things in the sky in order to hide or simply disguise new experiments with secret platforms. This is true for aircraft prototypes, whose capabilities, shapes, and material composition must legitimately remain secret, but it also applies to biological experiments, tests of remote paralysis, special drugs, and psychic manipulation in projects reminiscent of the old MK Ultra. In such an environment, some canceled projects never really die. This is obviously a challenge to researchers like me, like us, and to any ufologist. It is even more a challenge to researchers from the military and the intelligence community, because in spite of their special status, even they may not have the right clearance or access to the right data set in the programs whose acronyms they don't even know. Once a project goes dark, duplication runs rampant, and oversight becomes as tangled up as a game of Scrabble.
While working independently and without knowledge of the machinations of the media, or even a lot of the secret groups that were happening, members of the Visible College produced works that identified secret programs and even found anomalous artifacts. Their members worked alongside the scientists who were members of these secret programs but didn't do it knowingly. Regardless and despite any media spin, the Visible College, members of the Visible College, produced tangible and accurate knowledge of the state of UAPs. How? By what means did these academics and civilian researchers access information that has been under a paywall of classification and obfuscation for over 70 years? I wasn't given any clearance or key, okay? And Gary Nolan didn't either have any at the time. He may now, but I don't know. Probably not. It is here that we butt up against the limits of much of the research into UAPs that relies on what has been deemed purely materialist. Often, the materialism of current UAP discourse discounts the esoteric connections and data of UAP events and objects. This is a mistake. It is the vague data that probably provides an answer to some of our most enduring and perplexing questions regarding UAPs. In my studies, I found that the most successful and innovative researchers of UAPs and science in general were engaging in methods that I would describe as esoteric practice.
Now, we all know that the DoD erased Lou's emails. They erased his PSTs, his archives, and everything, something that they had to keep around for a few years. We've still got people dedicating their whole career right now to details, minor details, when you got a wall of people supporting him. I've met the UAP task force head myself. And you know who he was introduced to me as? The guy who took over for Lou. And he told me himself, yeah, Lou ran ATIP. I've known, that person hasn't come out and made that bold statement in public yet. But I'm one of those folks that's met him and met all the other, not all of the other, but many of the other people that worked in ATIP and in and around some of the other programs. There's not a single person that's ever said anything but, no, Lou ran it. And so we have a picture here that's not unlike the larger picture we're looking at. We know things, we know we have evidence for things. We know that it makes sense if they put all the evidence together. But for some reason, that smoking gun that would make us all happy is missing. Well, who took it? Well, the people that erased Lou's emails, one would assume, are the same people that are hiding details from us, that are trying to stop these programs, take over their names, insert themselves in the conversation. And I want to know why.
What is absolutely for certain, and it is now law, historic for the first time ever in our nation's history, is that biological effects are now part of this conversation. Meaning, if a U.S. service member or somebody gets into contact with a UAP, and we need to study, are there negative biological consequences that can be measured? That includes, by the way, genetics, right? So it's if someone receives a radiation burn because they happen to come too close and up personal with the UAP, is there also some sort of damage genetically? Now, we know there were studies that we did through OSAP and ATIP in the early days that looked at the potential for there to be some sort of genetic mutation on individuals who came too close to this type of advanced technology. Because we did see that, if you come up to a certain point, there were these superficial burns that looked like radiation burns. If you got a little closer, there was internal organ damage and potentially some genetic mutation occurring. It's not at all surprising to me that the human organism, if it gets too close to something, can absolutely experience adverse biological consequences. Now, here's the interesting part. There is also some preliminary data to suggest that some individuals actually report the opposite. So rather than having some sort of negative biological consequence, all of a sudden you have somebody who's now, for example, a piano virtuoso who's never sat in front of a piano before, or who now becomes suddenly super artistic, or who claims to have some sort of extrasensory capabilities or talents now, if you will, or a sixth sense, whereas before they didn't. And I find that even more interesting. I shouldn't say that, not more, equally interesting as a negative consequence.
So we did all this media training, and then the very first thing that's booked was Joe Rogan. It was a big opportunity. But everything about it was, you can't say this, you can't say this, you can't say this, stay away from this, and I wasn't that good at it yet. I haven't done it yet. So I go in there and I was thoroughly unprepared for 90 minutes of some guy being the way he is, like, why can't you do that? Why can't you do that? I don't believe you. All this dumb shit. And I'm sitting here just trying to fly by the seat of my pants, knowing that for like months before this and the few days before this, I have all these really important people staring at me only saying, don't you fucking fuck up. It's a big deal. Now, keep in mind, my guys were being followed. Some of my guys were wearing bulletproof vests. We had crazy national security investigations going that I can't get into on some of the things that were happening with my company and us, because it looked like we were about ready to start spilling the biggest secrets ever, which wasn't the case. And so I got caught in a situation where I was kind of unprepared for. So I kind of riffed as best I could. But I tell people, take a listen to the shit that I said. And because I got in a lot of trouble after that fucking interview. And if you've noticed, I haven't done anything like that ever again,
I love my favorite part about that.
Also, the idea of looking for, say, molecules and other genetic structures that may be somewhere in the earth that might show some different kind of pattern that you might be able to claim was ET related. That kind of, so if SETI is broadened to include all possibilities, and if they eliminate the idea that, well, they never came here, then I think SETI could make some real contributions.
Some interesting commonalities, whether we're talking about discs or cigar shapes or triangle shapes. We had some scientists and mathematicians looking at this, and I think we are a lot closer now to understanding the potential physics behind these things than we ever have been before. I cannot go into detail of what that is and what that looks like, but I think we are a lot closer to that prize than most people think. It turns out that a lot of the observations we've seen from instantaneous acceleration, hypersonic velocities, low observability, transmedium travel, and of course, a positive lift or anti-gravity, if you will. For many years, we looked at these. We tried to figure out each one of these observations from the perspective of some sort of exotic technology. And one of the findings was from ATIP was that it may very well be that all of those observables are actually a result of the manifestation of a single technology. And if you know how to do X, all these other things can now occur. And so that was a crossing of the river moment for us. It was very exciting for us, and it turned out that the math worked. And same with some of the scientific models. So that was tremendous for us.
Just think what we're going to see in those samples. They could possibly confirm the ultimate question. Did life exist on Mars? Does it exist now? If it does, well, where else in the universe does it exist?
I was speaking to a physicist friend of mine and saying, well, what if it is only, what if they are entities that could only do one thing well? And that one thing well is manipulate time, space, and show us things that aren't really there. In other words, they come in and they look like grays, but they really don't look like grays at all. They look like insectoids, right? Or what if they are able to basically put things in your mind and have you believe what you want to believe? So that has to be taken seriously, because if that's the case, we can't really trust any of our experiences with the phenomenon, can we? Because we don't really know whether those remembrances that we have, or the memories that we have, or the experiences that we have, are actually, real.
What is time? We tend to experience it in a linear fashion, but in reality, time's a little more complicated than that. And there have been, I want to be really careful what I say, because there's some individuals I still have to protect their identities. But there was some very compelling information that was provided to us while we were in ATIP that led us to believe that the way we perceive time may not necessarily be universal. That if you get close to a particular technology, the way you experience time is relative. And that's about all I'm prepared to go into right now. It is important. It is certainly an aspect of this topic that should not be ignored, and people are looking into it. And my word of advice to anybody out there, as this begins to ramp up and we start seeing increased noise in the media, do yourself a favor and arm yourself with knowledge. Be very careful who you listen and the information that comes out. You might see a reporter that comes out of the middle of nowhere that's never been involved in this topic, and all of a sudden starts reporting on this. You know what? Look into their background. It's okay when you see the author of a thing, because you'd be surprised. Some of these authors, we're finding out, are actually paid by third parties, by independent parties. They're not working for a mainstream media outlet. They do freelance work, and they're being paid by interests. And when you look and track where those interests are, it becomes pretty illuminating that there are groups of individuals that do not want this conversation to occur, and they will employ the dirty tricks, and they will use members of the media to their advantage to spread disinformation. And I don't know if Danny, you want to hit on that a little bit historically. I know you probably have seen. I'm only just now beginning to see it. I know you've seen it quite a bit earlier.
People need to stop seeking favors through their position, and they need to stop asking for a handout and something special for information that's owned by everyone. So this comes down to accountability for me. The next steps are very important, that we maintain accountability. And frankly, I don't believe in doxing, and I don't believe in attacks on individuals, but those who are guilty need to be shamed and blamed for what they've done. And the people that are not willing to come to the table and to do the hard work and want to hang out in the background and just be chaotic shit starters, they need to be pointed out too. And because the time has come that the entertainment aspect of ufology is over. This is real world shit. So stop screwing around.
But if you look carefully at this question, it's quite possible that that's why it works. That's why, for example, it's very unusual that these effects, these balls of plasma can actually go through solid walls. You have to question why. How?
You hear people talk about orbs in the UFO circles. Do you believe these to be related to ball lightning or some form of plasma?
I quite believe that there are forms of plasma, yes, sir. It speaks to this idea of quantum electrodynamic vacuum breakdown, because once you achieve these effects, all these anomalies can be present. Yes, I do believe that's possible.
The last 4 years, Lou Elizondo and Chris Mellon have really sort of stirred the pot in terms of getting the awareness into the media, and also raising the whole framework. You know, it's like the rising tide raises everything. So I hear a lot of interest in people in Silicon Valley. I hear a lot of interest in academia, research, and especially on the UFO front, that I don't think existed, 5-10 years ago. And, there's a lot of initiatives that are sort of going on behind the scenes that I think are capable of producing some useful stuff. I mean, you guys all know about the Avi Loeb initiative, but there are other initiatives that are ongoing. So if I only knew about the AOI MSG program and its sister component, the United States Air Force, both of which are known for slow walking the UFO topic, I would not be very happy about what has happened. But I think eventually what's going to make the breakthroughs is probably out in the public, where there's an awful lot more interest, and the level of people that are now getting sort of interested in going public is catalyzing even more interest in this whole thing. So I would be optimistic about what's happening.
Well, to me, it's very clear, and I think John Keel, who I admire greatly, mentioned this. And I think it was in Operation Trojan Horse, if I remember correctly. And he was talking about the idea of a microbe with a young student under a microscope, and he was injecting a needle, and the microbe just lives in his own little world. And then all of a sudden, the needle comes in, and he goes, "Oh my God, what the heck's that?" And then he tells his other microbe friends, of course, the lifespan of a microbe sometimes is like 6 minutes or 10 minutes. And then, but this lore gets passed down to all the microbes. And yeah, there's something that comes in and out all the time. We don't know what the hell it is. And so, I mean, I think we're seeing that. I think we're living in this huge, huge reality that we can't even fathom. And I don't necessarily follow the extraterrestrial hypotheses very much. I mean, it's possible, and anything's possible with space-time. But we keep looking at it through a human perspective and not through anything else, mainly because we can't. I mean, our brain's just too small. But I tend to think that we are living with something, and that this something is a control mechanism. And as you said before, and I think as Jacques Vallée has said before, and others have said before, and Keel said it, that in a way that it's influencing us on so many different levels. And we don't have anything to say about it, as far as I know. We don't. Now, you can look at that as being absolutely frightening, or you can look at it as saying, well, if we're all energy patterns, then this phenomenon must be consistent. It must consist of energy patterns too. And if that's correct, then we're all basically the same thing. We're just at different vibrational levels, right?
It's an interesting point there, Rob, that you have, because up until recently, we always were taught in school, that North America, South America was populated by some indigenous folks that came over the land bridge about 20,000 years ago. And now we're coming to the realization that there may have been several migrations before that. And then the question is, well, what type of societies and civilizations evolved from that, right? Independent before other migrations came in and, if you will, absorbed those particular cultures.
For instance, if we're going to take the accounts of the experiencers seriously, to the extent that they're actually giving us information, it may not be the information they think it is, it may not be the information we think it is, but they're giving us information. If we take the experiencers seriously, then we have to go back and take what the religious people said seriously. Moses, Abraham, all the various religions around the world, the Aztecs, the Maya, the ancient Chinese. What are they trying to tell us? These are essentially our first experiencers. And what information do they have buried within those creation epics that tell us something about the nature of the phenomenon? Human beings believed to be created by supernatural forces. This is a very strong theme that runs through ancient religion, but it also runs through a lot of the ideas of the experiencers. Some sort of symbiotic relationship that we as humans have with other intelligences in the universe? Were they involved in creating humans? Or is our genetic code an endowment from somewhere else? Was it made off planet, for instance? All of these things they sound like science fiction, but these days we have to start taking these things seriously because they're asking some of the right questions that we can answer in this trilogy and with, the To the Stars group as well.
I think that any advanced civilization is going to do things on an advanced level. Even we do that as Americans. We'll go into like some small third world country and we'll be there secretly and we'll kind of fuck with the economy or with the political leadership, or we'll set up things to kind of spearhead that culture to grow in our image. And there's probably collateral damage in doing such a thing. And then you got to ask the people on the ground, is the United States good or are they bad? The one thing they could say is, well, sometimes they're good, sometimes they're bad, but they always do what's in their interest, and sometimes that helps us and sometimes it doesn't. Now imagine if there's Russia, America, and China all doing that to the same little island, it's going to be a mess. And at any given moment, one country is doing something better for you than the other, but it changes, on an ongoing basis. So I don't really think it's a matter of saying it's good or bad. I think it's more of a matter of what are they doing, and it's likely in their best interest. And does that help us or hurt us at any given time? And these are big questions, we don't know.
Yes, I do undoubtedly believe that we see things that are unidentified. What's concerning is they're swarming some of our warships. They're hovering in places where we're doing workups for operations and training and deployment. They're not going to the scenic places, it seems. So what they are is the big question, of course, and I don't claim to know. And I think we're going to find it's probably more than one operator behind this, because we're seeing some very different and distinct kinds of aircraft, kinds of vehicles.
Dude, do you know that there's a pyramid in Alaska?
What?
I can tell you some crazy shit.
Tell me some crazy shit. I was born in Longview, Washington, moved to Alaska when I was 6 months old, and I was there till I was 18. I did not know that.
There's a pyramid and it's underground, and they've been studying it for decades.
What?
Yeah,
Where?
It's bigger than Giza. It's not that far from Valdez, I believe. I would have to check on where it's at, but apparently, yeah. Mm-hmm. And I know a very important person that from the Pentagon that met with one of the lead defense contractors that were studying it, and they said, we think we finally know what it's doing. It's all turned on. We think it's suppressing consciousness. That's what he said.
What the hell?
Fucking wild. I know. Dude, wild, right?
Did they discover this? Well, of course they did, probably after that giant earthquake that basically like Valdez had to like shift back like 2 miles. Like they had to rebuild the city. I don't know.
There was the legend is that there was an earthquake of sorts, and all the seismographs picked up the waves that come, all the way through everything. And they saw this whole anomaly, like as those shock waves went through the land, there was some kind of structure or something that perturbed, on the receiving end of these waves and so they dug some tunnels, elevator shafts, made a little strip there to land, and they've been underground studying it forever. That's how the legend is. Then the news did a little piece on it, and then all of a sudden all that shit disappeared. The people at the station said the guys came in and said, never air this again, kind of thing. So,
it's interesting. I remember another conversation I'll share with you where someone had mentioned the notion of the universe being a little bit like a glass of champagne in a nice fluted glass, where our universe is a bubble that exists within a multiverse where there's other bubbles around our universe. And the superverse is the champagne. It's the liquid that those bubbles reside in, if you will, or that connective tissue. Unfortunately,
superverse.
Like I said, I don't. Yes. Yeah. So, universe, multiverse within a superverse.
The super. Okay. I haven't heard that one. Yeah, I like it. Superverse.
Yeah, it was. Of course, this is just. I'm relaying to you, and I'm sure I'm not doing a very good job.
No, you're great. It's perfect.
I've had it, philosophically with other people, but it was interesting for me to hear it relayed, with using that analogy, because at that point I'm like, oh, okay, well, I now I can visualize it. I can see it again. Probably a very poor analogy, but it certainly was. It helped me try to understand the concept of what my friend was discussing.
I really went through these times on my own, and then also with the people that were just important people that were working on these programs and so on. I would have these discussions with myself and with them. Is like, is it the best thing? Is this the right thing to bring out? And there's so many reasons why. I mean, it's a whole crazy another interview. But and everyone tended to agree. There's a big question of like, we don't really know the ramifications of that, but we agree that we really do agree it needs to come out for a variety of reasons.
Yeah.
And number one, because it's nature, it's like,
I feel like I completely agree with that sense of it. I feel like, us being living beings, I feel like we're kind of entitled to that information. At least one would think that way.
No, totally. And I agree. But what if, what if this has something to do with consciousness and justify knowing about it can really make things worse? Because it's just the way physics works in the universe. It's like there's I'm telling you, you're dealing with things here that are part of an entirely different set of sciences than we've ever thought about. What we normally do as people is we take like all the shit we don't understand and we just throw it into religious experience.
Right.
And then we have all the things we can measure and we call that science and physics and whatever we call it. But there's going to be a day, mark my words, where those two things come together and create the whole picture.
All the different areas of the world have different stories of God. And I call that the little g. These are beings that have godlike powers that are meddling in human affairs, but they're not what God is. The idea of whatever the big G, God, that created the universe, whatever force of nature that might be, is different. I was told that there are numerous gods fighting amongst themselves and interjecting themselves into human affairs, that those myths are true. All those ancient stories, those are real. You look at a lot of the studies that you have done, Linda, and what people have followed over the past 30, 40 years. Some people that have worked in these facilities have all talked about ancient hieroglyphics being on these craft, and they look like ancient Greek. I am told that they are ancient Greek, that there is a major connection to the hardware that we have and the ancient Greek gods. I think that it's one and the same. I think that the intelligence that is here has the capability for space travel. I think that the technology is so advanced it comes off like godlike powers to mankind, but that there are other things going on, that there are groups of humans working with this intelligence, and this would not be your typical Western democracy, that are working with these groups either by proximity to them or directly with them to fix something within their DNA to help them proliferate on this planet. So the question I ask is, what do they need help with if they've been here this whole time? There's a lot my advisory group don't understand. I am being told that a lot of this is being kept secret because we are trying not to initiate a conflict with an adversary that we poorly understand. In my advisory group, they call it a triangulation stranglehold, where there's three players, us, Russia, and the others. And no one wants to move out of step to initiate a conflict. So it's been quoted that they call this the Great Stranglehold, where us and Russia are always looking down the barrel of a gun, but the gun was given to us by the others. And all of this, perhaps just to see who is stronger. And that's the other thing that's really scary about this thing. The others, they're trying to fix something with their DNA. And if they're trying to tamper with the machinery of the universe, which is the human soul, maybe because they don't have one, like the Bible says, those fallen angels were jealous of mankind and they hated man. I have no idea. But maybe they're trying to create wars to get us to kill each other, and whoever's last standing must be the stronger race.
You know, Sarah, it's interesting because sometimes some of these lawmakers aren't surprised at all because they've had their own experience. And of course they don't want to talk about it publicly, and I respect that. I won't share it, either who or what specific incidents they're referring to. But a lot of these
you
folks
tease
come up
me.
to me.
You tease me, Lou.
No, well, I have to protect some information sometimes. But these people have told me in confidence. They said, "Hey, Lou, look, I was with my father fishing, and I saw one of these things come out of the lake. It was right there with my father." So, you'd be surprised when you get people, one on one, how much they're willing to share with you and how receptive they are. Well, look, it's the same thing that Congress has concluded, and other folks in the media now, mainstream media, that are finally taking this seriously, that UAP are real. These UFOs are real, whatever they are.
Even Harry Reid knew that. He just tried to keep it secret. Harry.
Well, look, I think the secret's out of the bag. And I think there's going to be some more headlines coming up this week that probably people will realize that those individuals who tried to keep it secret are now being held accountable. Congress, for one, is, for example, Senator Marco Rubio, Senator Gillibrand, on a bipartisan effort here, are refusing to allow the Department of Defense and the intelligence community to obfuscate anymore. There's no more hiding behind the green curtain, if you will. Now, hopefully, America is going to know just a small portion of what I was privy to when I was running the program. There's another element to the human being and possibly to all sentient life. And that is the notion of this triangle. And that triangle is what some have referred to as the soul or the id or the chi or the spirit, right? It is something that does reside inside the body, but is not contained necessarily within inside the body. And is it possible that consciousness is part of that process, that spirit, that thing that is all encompassing of what a human being really is, the essence, if you will imagine distilling a human being down to its actual essence, and that is what you have left over once the carbon of the body is gone and whatnot, the organics, if you will. What's left behind? And that is the great mystery of the universe, because that it is possible to some degree. Some people speculated that's maybe how people can remote view and psychic abilities and all these things that seem to be paranormal, when in reality may have a very perfectly rational explanation. It's just part of a hidden kingdom, but a hidden kingdom to which we're all connected. That's certainly something that is it's possible. It's hard to measure things that you can't see or feel or touch or taste, right? So how do you measure it? Well, you measure that in the value of love and expression and art, right? Things that are intangible but are expressions of the human spirit. Random acts of kindness, right? People who give more than they take. So again, I don't want to get too esoteric on you, but I think that human consciousness is something that we don't really understand very well. I think it is potentially something that is beyond the carbon unit that we call a human being.
People have a tendency to look at the ancient people and say they're a bunch of superstitious nomads and they don't know what they're talking about, and they make up all these stories. Why was it necessary to make up that story? Why did we have to say this came from the gods? Maybe it wasn't the gods, quote unquote, but maybe it was something else, someone else, some other group that jump-started civilization around the globe, all roughly around the same time. Is that what happened? Did something like that happen? Did it suddenly change everybody's mind and make us start looking up into the heavens and start dreaming about things that a hunter-gatherer would not have dreamt of? A hunter-gatherer is thinking about the next meal and staying warm and protecting from the elements and all the rest of it. A hunter-gatherer is not looking to space and thinking about immortality and traveling to the stars and becoming a god, right? Something happened to cause that switch to go off.
Dave Fravor's incident has been well documented, and Commander Fravor talked about it on several shows. Have you spoken to other pilots who have had incidents as spectacular as that close? And have they described very similar behaviours or anything different?
Yeah, absolutely. Both similar and different. It's really an enigma. There's pilots who have tried to engage it. There's a pilot I spoke to in South America who ever had like 1,000 eyewitnesses. They were doing a formation on the tarmac, and there was this UAP over the air base, and so they scrambled at the time one of the most premier Russian fighter aircraft to engage this thing. And he fired his cannons at it, and it didn't do a damn thing. There's other ones where these things will come in, right next to the aircraft, right off the wingtip, and just kind of almost like it's unbelievable, almost like fly as a wingman for a while, almost like play with the pilot, almost in a I hate to say playful way because we really don't know, but there doesn't seem to be any obvious signs of aggression. Almost kind of like, hey, let's go play and let me show you what I can do, right? So that's been reported as well.
It sounds like dolphins when they swim alongside boats and
It does,
they'll do
doesn't
flips and maneuvers and then just go off and do their own thing.
Yeah, they ride the bow wave, right? And they'll kind of demonstrate, look how maneuverable I am in the water, right? And I can flip and turn and spin, and here you are just plowing through the waves. That's a good analogy.
Dave, to answer that question, I'm going to have to go more than that. It's not what about the phenomenon that scares me. It's our reaction to it. I mean, you see it every day on social media play out. That's my greatest fear. That, on one hand, I think, okay, it's time for us to handle this and get a grip on it. But then I look sometimes, I'm like, man, we're not prepared for it. We can't do it. We absolutely are not ready for it because it's an absolute mosh pit. Even with people who have no understanding of this topic and no background in government, somehow they become self-proclaimed experts and try to derail and hijack what we're trying to do here. And, are we really ready as a species for that? And people say, well, there's only a few of them. Well, but no, there's a lot. And you can look at news every day and see humanity, the horrible things we still do to each other. Are we really prepared to eventually, at some point, maybe soon, begin to exploit some of this technology in a meaningful way? What's the first thing we're going to do? Well, what's the first thing we did when we discovered, the secrets of the atom? Well, we vaporized 500,000 people, right? We were building bombs before we were building nuclear power plants. And I'm a product of that. I'll be the first one to say, but as a human, as a father, as a husband, as a citizen, we've got to get out of that mindset because there's no second chance with this. And, we're going to have to really prove it to ourselves more than anybody that we are prepared for the truth.
This community never ceases to amaze me. Every time I take a shot in the face from some troll, it's so wonderful to see the outpouring that comes out from you folks. Christina Zanone Gomez, Tim McMillan, these folks have been amazing. And I'll tell you, by the way, Tim is hardcore, man. This is a guy who is an investigator by training, right? So he doesn't do fluff pieces. This guy doesn't mind, calling in the vernacular a spade, in card games. So it's been wonderful, and it's that type of support that has motivated me to continue doing what I'm doing. And before I jump off into the sunset, so to speak, and get off social media for some time, I just wanted to call and say thanks, just from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. For all the bad trolls out there. It makes my wife and my kids and myself feel so much better. And just when I feel like, forget it, I'm going to throw in the towel. People aren't worth it. People like you come out and they give me the motivation and the drive to continue doing what I'm doing. And the same holds true with Chris Mellon and all my colleagues. So I just wanted to say thank you. I'm not going to, like I said, monopolize much of your time here, but just a big shout out to everyone. I mean, I have a long laundry list of folks I need to say thank you to, so I'll do it in my book. Make sure you guys look at the back page because there's going to be probably several pages, I suspect, of thank yous. But bottom line is we would not be here in the conversation if it wasn't for you, and that's a fact.
Yeah.
You and everybody else out there that's pushing forward towards disclosure and transparency and truth. And one day history will look back, and I think they're going to look at this as a grassroots effort.
I just be open. I don't care. I have some pretty serious social anxiety. If I go to a party and and I'm just asked to speak, do small talk, it freaks me out. And I just get this, this anxiety that I literally have to run out of the party. So so COVID, if anything, was great for me. But if I'm sitting at a party with a bunch of people and I'm talking science, I'm talking about something that interests me, I can stay for hours on end, right? So to deal with the places and the times when I have to be in public, right? I'll go give a big talk and then I have to go to a social event afterwards and talk with people, usually about just relatively mundane things. There are some social anxiety drugs that I have to take. The first time I was given it, for whatever reason, it sent me to the hospital, right? I took it to the normal dose, sent me to the hospital, and palpitations and all kinds of weird stuff. But a few days later, I was like so calm for those couple of days. So there was a positive aspect to it in talking with the psychiatrist who prescribed it to me in the first place. He said, why don't we try you on really little teeny dose? And it turns out that's all I needed. With like nibbling something from a 5 milligram tablet, like 1/10 of it, I get all of the benefit that somebody else needs, 5 milligrams. But that's an example of a situation that there's something about my brain chemistry, whatever that receptor is, whatever the structure of my brain, the complex feedback networks, it only needed a little bit of a dab here because I had a better receptor or a stronger receptor, or something else about my network in my brain was more than enough to give me the effect that somebody else needs 10 times more.
Actually, one of the most interesting ones I find is this constant message that you're not taking care of your world. And this came long before climate change. It came long before many kinds of, let's say, current day memes around, taking care of our planet, pollution, etc. And so, for instance, perhaps the best example of this, the one that I find the most fascinating, is a story out of Zimbabwe. 50 or 60 children one afternoon in Zimbabwe. It was a well-educated group of white and black children who at lunchtime in the playground saw a craft, and they saw little men. And they all ran into the teachers and they told the same story and they drew the same pictures. And the message several of them got was, you are not taking care of your planet. And it got, there's actually a movie coming out on this episode. And 30 years later now, the people who were there, the children who've now grown up, say it happened to us. Now, did it happen? Was it some sort of hallucination, or was it an imposed hallucination by something? Was it material? I don't know. But these kids were 7 to 10 years old. You see them on video. 7 to 10-year-olds can't lie like that. And so, whether it's real or not, I don't know. But I find that fascinating data. And again, it's these unconnected stories of individuals with the same story that is worthy of further inquiry.
Okay, so if you stimulate the finger, the signal, you get a spike. That's the evoked potential. If you stimulate it here, you don't get the evoked potential. You just get, ongoing activity. It looks like gamma. But if you do it for half a second, the patient subject has the conscious experience at the time of the evoked potential, 30 milliseconds. So somehow at 30 milliseconds, the brain knows whether or not there's going to be 500 milliseconds of ongoing activity afterwards. If there is, he or she reports it at 30 milliseconds.
That's interesting. Okay.
If there isn't, then he or she doesn't. And so Libet concluded that there was a signal going backwards in time from the time of the what he called neuronal adequacy, and that send this information backward in time. Now, Roger wrote about this in Emperor's New Mind because that can happen in quantum physics, which is temporally non-local.
One of my sources close to this situation, stated that we need to start pointing some fingers towards Gary Nolan coming out and his research at Stanford University regarding the experiencers, because Gary has a plethora of information that I do not believe is under NDA, and maybe it's time, as this conversation warms up, that Gary starts bringing his results. I know you can't speak for Gary, but would you be a proponent to somebody like Dr. Gary Nolan coming out with his findings?
Yeah, provided he's afforded the proper protections and doesn't have to go through the crap that I did, yes. But as my friend, if you were to ask me right here and now, should he come out, I'd say no. No, because he's going to go through the same crap I did. He's going to do the same thing on social media. He's going to go through the same thing with anybody he's associated with. So, as my friend, I would tell him, no, Gary, I love you too much. I don't want to see you go through it. As a patriot, I'd say, hell yeah. But that's his decision. Gary is an incredible human being, incredibly intelligent, and he wants to do the right thing. If you ever get a chance to meet him in person, he is the most humble guy you've ever met, and probably one of the most intellectual guys you've ever met. And he's just a really good person. I mean, like deeply in his heart, he's a good person. He's done a lot. He does a lot of charity stuff. I'm not going to say it because it's not my place to say, but brother, he donates a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of expertise to helping a lot of people, and they have no idea he's involved. That he does that out of his own generosity of his own heart. So that's the kind of guy Gary is. And so, are you asking me, should he come out? No, because I want to protect my friends. I don't want to see anybody I love or care about, have arrows thrown at him, because it's not fun, because it affects their entire family. But would he be helpful potentially coming out in public? Well, of course, I mean, it's Gary freaking Nolan, right? No bell nominee.
From a legal perspective, and yes, that's kind of where I come from. Abduction is something very specific, right? Is someone truly being? First of all, we have to find out, is someone really being abducted? Abduction is it's a crime. You're taking someone against their own free will somewhere that they haven't agreed to go to. Okay, so that's abduction, and then keeping them there for a while. The question is an abduction actually occurring? And then two, if there is some sort of interaction, is this a physical abduction, or is there some sort of other psychological event occurring that gives the impression to one that they are truly being abducted? Now, I know it sounds crazy, but we have weapons right now and psychological operations and whatnot. We even have these experiments going on. We call it the God helmet. Using certain frequencies of electromagnetic radiation, we can induce certain emotional feelings and even hallucinations in the human being. We've done it. We're doing it now, and a lot of universities are looking at these experiments, because at the end of the day, the human brain is nothing but a bunch of electric connections. That's all it is. It's neurons, electrical connections. So just like any other electrical system, you can short it out. You can do all sorts of strange things with it. So the question is the phenomena of abduction actually occurring? And I'm not going to go either way on that, but what I can say is, if it is really occurring, then it is something that we need to talk about, but we need substantial evidence and proof.
He is a very dear friend, highly skeptical of the whole subject matter, a lot less so recently. He watched it last week.
Yeah.
And he called me up and he said, holy bleep.
Yeah.
I think this is the best film you've ever done, because I actually believe this case now.
Yeah.
And this is coming from, so I knew, I was like, I just wanted your audience to know, I get if anyone out there is thinking there's no way this happened, and I just can't believe this is too outlandish. James has lost his mind, I get that.
Yeah.
And I understand exactly how you would think that. But I just say, and I actually had a TV crew here interviewing me months ago. I just gotten back from Brazil. Quite mainstream TV crew filming me in the other room over here. And they said, oh, we want to talk to you about your trip to Brazil on camera. And I said, yeah, no, I don't think so. They, what do you mean you don't think so? I said, your audience is going to think I'm nuts. Nobody's laughing me now.
Right.
Because, 2017, lots changed.
Yeah. And do you think your movie's a phenomenon? If 2017 never happened, that never came out the way it did, do you think it would have gotten anywhere near the attention?
No.
I believe you. I believe you.
No.
Yeah.
It would have gotten attention, as did Out of the Blue, and I Knew What I Saw, but not like that.
Yeah.
It got mainstream attention.
Yeah.
Like very mainstream. I mean, we got written up in, you know, we got mentioned in like the New Yorker, and I mean, very mainstream, you know, publications that would ever comment on UFOs, ever. Right.
Yeah.
And it's funny now, actually, because I get calls from some of these people, and I'm like, these guys are actually taking this stuff seriously. I think Senator Harry Reid,
yes,
getting him on camera was a major move. Thank you, George Knapp, by the way.
Yeah.
That was because he's a household name.
Yes.
Whether you're a Democrat or Republican, whatever, the guy's a household name, and he was Senate Majority Leader.
Yeah.
It's kind of a big deal.
Yes.
Having him confirm what we've all suspected all these years.
Yeah.
And then having the evidence from the cockpit recordings of these UFOs.
Yeah.
And saying, yeah, this is legit military stuff. It's a big deal. He's like, I'm getting out. I'm going to film this thing. And the guy is screaming at him not to get out of the car. And he gets out of the car anyway. And I don't know if he pans, but he gets out. He got the camera. And 60 feet above the car, not like the car's here. He's standing here, and the object's here. Okay? Like here. He's filming up at the object. So you can see the bottom of the craft, but you could also see the side and a little bit of the top of the craft. Okay, it was kind of like an angle. I mean, it was low. You could have hit it with a rock. Okay, and it's filming like this, and it looked like the skin of this craft was alive.
Wow.
It looked like phosphorus, like you see on a beach, like it was glowing, but there were no light sources. Right?
What color? What
like a yellowy orange. And then, if you take a pie, like if you have a perfect disc, like a pie, and you have like a long pizza knife, and you very evenly cut the thing up, but you didn't remove the pieces, it had like darker seams. They're perfectly symmetrical. They're beautiful. And the whole thing was glowing, and it was just wobbling like magic, right? Just like this. Swear to God. Swear on my life as I saw this thing. Okay. And it's going like this. And I'm like, this is the best footage I've ever seen times 100 million. The shape of the car you would want to make sure that you are uniformly fitting inside this bubble is a sphere, because the bubble is a sphere. But a two-dimensional representation is a disc. And if you're driving in a car that's shaped like a disc, and this bubble you want to protect you on all sides equally, a disc would be a perfect way to do that. So think about, let's say, a Corvette. You can fit two people in a Corvette, and you can, go really fast. But let's say a Corvette isn't big enough. Let's say you need a school bus. You need a lot of people to fit in and a lot of equipment. Well, you could put two of these discs together and have these, if you will, overlapping bubbles. But two discs together is really, you could just draw the line complete. You have now a cigar. That those two discs, you could have a propulsion unit here and a propulsion unit here, and now all of a sudden you've got these two bubbles that are still protecting you equally. Right. And then, of course, there's another shape in geometry that if you needed something really big, really big, like an aircraft carrier, let's say a triangle, right? So you know what? I'll let me show you something real quick. So, let's say this little, I don't know if you can see that here. That is your disc, and you've got this bubble surrounding your disc. Okay. Now, let's say you put another UAP here. Okay. And so now you have these interlocking bubbles. So here's the two, but really those two, what you can do is draw a line between them. And now you have that, right? So now you have this cigar-looking vehicle where you have a propulsion unit here on this side and a propulsion unit over here. There's another shape in geometry. Think of a three-legged stool that if I go out 90 degrees from the middle here, and I put another propulsion unit here, like that, okay? What that is, in essence, is nothing more than a triangle.
So that they may not have briefed Lou in on all of the information that's available. And Lou, of course, would not be in a position to know that. And so given the peculiar history of the Defense Department and various divisions inside the Defense Department in dealing with this thing, it's not surprising that this has not gotten perfectly clarified yet. So there are, and for example, there are 3 different Inspector General investigations going on about the same issue here. and it's not clear at all that they're in communication with each other. And all of them are asking Lou to come and testify and provide information to them. So we're obviously still in the process of trying to determine where the actual highest level of authority is that's actually weighing in on this issue right now, because there may be subdivisions of the Defense Department that are working at different odds here, and so we're hoping to help clarify that.
Yeah, well, Kurt, there seems to be some sort of interaction. I will state that there's been plenty of reports that we have where the water seems to be perturbed, that there is a disturbance over the water. And there's several hypotheses that have been proposed for that. No different than when you have a helicopter hovering over the water, you can see the water being a bit perturbed from the rotor wash. Yet these don't have rotor wash, but the water seems to be perturbed, roiling, if you will. And we've seen that over and over again, not just with the Nimitz incident. There's some incidents near off the coast of Puerto Rico. There's been some other incidents as well where the reporting by government officials has been that there is some sort of disturbance in the water. The question is, what is causing those disturbances? If you look at biology, for example, look at an alligator, we just now realized over the last maybe decade or two that there are ULFs, ultra low frequencies, acoustic signatures that are emitted by alligators when they are in mating season in the rivers and the lakes. And you can actually see as they put their head up, you can't hear it, but the water begins to what looks like a dance around them. And what's happening is these ultra low frequencies, acoustic frequencies, are perturbing the water, disturbing the water, and the metrics that the matrix of the water is part of. And so it begins to roil. Is this something similar? It could be. We don't know yet because we don't understand the technology fully. But we suspect that this disturbance in the water could be could be a result of the technology being utilized. No different than a helicopter, perhaps, with its rotor wash perturbing the water, but rather than being a physical or mechanical perturbance, it might be due to some sort of electromagnetic interference that's occurring. As far as Bigfoot, I'm going to share something with you, and I hope that this doesn't turn anybody off.
It's probably going to turn me on.
I had the great honor and privilege of speaking with some people from the First Nations Saskatchewan, Indigenous people, of the Lakota and Dakota bands. These are individuals who are fiercely proud, have an incredible heritage, and have nearly 10,000 years of oral tradition, okay, in this continent. And they have an incredible connection to the land. And I was asked by someone there, and I'm not going to say who it was, but a very senior individual who was associated with the First Nations people. And he asked me, he said, "I want to ask you a question, Lou. Have you ever seen Sasquatch?" I said, "No, sir." She said, "I'm going to ask you one more time. Are you sure you've never seen Sasquatch?" I said, "Sir, I've never seen Sasquatch." And he said, "Well, that's good. Because from my people's perspective, Sasquatch is a spirit that protects our women and children and a spirit of the forest. And if you see a man see Sasquatch, it means your heart is impure." And I wasn't prepared for that. I was like, holy smokes, sure glad I haven't seen Sasquatch.
Interesting.
But yeah, that was their take. Very, very interesting.
But who among us have pure hearts?
Well, that's a whole other question, right? I don't think any of us really do have pure hearts, but the fact that they see it that way, I found very, very interesting. It's very unique perspective, and I think if anybody has a right to have a narrative on Sasquatch, it's certainly Indigenous people. So I found that, again, I can't tell you whether or not that's true. I can just tell you what was told to me, but. There you have it.
try to explain that to somebody, it's extraordinarily difficult. And the problem is you're walking around and you are like a wounded warrior, right? I mean, you went through this battle, this initiation, right? Which, if you wanted to compare it to, a Greek or Roman initiation from the old mystery schools and stuff, but it is initiation, and you've gone through this hell, and some of them have not come out of that hell yet, and then some of them have and transformed beautifully, but nevertheless, it alters you, and it's the rest of your life. You can't put it in a box someplace and walk away from it. So you're sort of there, but where is the phenomenon when you need it? Why isn't something coming down? Why isn't something tapping us on the head and saying, well, this is what it's really about? It's not doing that, which leads me to think that that it operates on a level that we don't or would not recognize. There's no morality here. There's no ethics here. There's nothing here. This is just something so completely alien, to use the term, that it can't relate to us, or it doesn't think very much of us. One of the things, or we just don't have the brain power.
Well, they have. They're very clever. But they put someone in the middle. Something called the Five Continents Initiative is an example of where you have this body that wants to create an investigatory body at the United Nations. And it looks like China has a significant part of that. China has already announced a couple months ago, actually, it was in the media, that they're applying artificial intelligence to the UAP problem. And then you have, interestingly enough, as censored as that society may be sometimes, the number one book that has been selling in China for a very long time is The Three-Body Problem. And that is an interesting book if you know what that book is about. The fact that China is not only allowing it, but endorses it. Why is that? If you're talking about a potential contact with an alien species at some point in the future, yes, it's a science fiction book, but it's interesting to me that of all the books, that tends to be number one in China, and by the way, is promoted quite heavily.
But I also found that when I'm being really honest and really genuinely open heart, I don't know what to do. It's what people get in those religious states where they just ask God. You're at your lowest point, just pray and ask God. It's exactly the same thing. It's just meditate and ask divine. It doesn't matter what you call it. It's just how we're built. And they figured that out, the CIA, and they weaponized it to a degree or something. I don't know. But so I started getting good at this. But it only happened 3 out of 10 times, where I can get into a deep enough thing. But I remember one of the few times when I got into this meditation, I asked questions, and I was asking what I should do with my career. I was like, okay, I just got out of this divorce. I really need my family to heal. My kids are a mess. This is really, really difficult. I've been alone for a year at this new rental, just didn't even know how to get back on my feet. And I go, what do I do for my career? What am I supposed to do with To the Stars and with, music? And where do I go? I don't even know, And I remember it showed me, the way it worked with me is I'd get an image in my head because my eyes are closed. My heart's barely beating. And if you're super, super calm and you're not listening to anything, I get an image and you focus on it, let that image morph. Don't define it, because you might see something yellow. Oh, fire hydrant. It's no, it's a school bus, motherfucker. Let it alone. Leave that image. And so I'm watching this image, and it showed me a musical note, like a note you would see on the page. And I was just staring at, what's this? And then instantly I get this voice in my head. It's a sentence, and it says, go back and play music and all else will follow.
This question has to do with the fact that there have been people in general and people within TTSA specifically who are talking about the apparent observation of craft who can move through any kind of media. They can be maybe coming from outer space, and then they're in our atmosphere, and then they dive into the water. That's a tough aerospace engineering to try to come to grips with. We do have craft that can kind of go in the water and then come out that are but not with the kind of characteristics that are being observed. And then she added under that, well, what about going into matter? Well, I mean, it just turns out that one of the outcomes in the list of weird things from space-time metric engineering is that materials under those conditions are so hardened that they're like made out of diamond or better, and the rest of the world looks like butter. So even going into matter, going high velocity into the water or whatever, is one of the predictions of the modeling. So haven't talked about it specifically. I mean, there have been some reported cases, but they came from the public, so you don't know whether to believe it or not, of craft going into mountains and stuff like that. No explosion, no. So anyway, that's all just debris, intellectual debris on the table that we're trying to put together like a jigsaw puzzle. And so there hasn't been any particular reason not to talk about it or to talk about it. I mean, the data we have, and we're following the data, that's where we want to concentrate. We don't have good data on that, so I'm happen to be personally interested because it's one of the predictions of the modeling. But so anyway, that's where that stands.
That is the next step to open up the aperture of this and bring in under the tent a much broader audience, bring in people, contributors, bring in more scientists, more academics, bring in, if it was up to me, rather than being a UAP task force, which, as you know, in government terms means a temporary body to do a temporary job, I'd create an enduring capability. I would create something whole of government. I would do something like a federal national lab, like we have, bring in Department of Energy, FAA, NOAA, DHS, DOD, the IC, the intelligence community, bring everybody, la-di-da-di, bring in academia to come in from the universities and look at this. I would look at this topic very much like a peaceful version of the Manhattan Project, where we bring the best and brightest to look at this. At the very, very small space, time kind of breaks down, and also at the very, very large. And so we are kind of this uncomfortable middle where we're kind of living in the cherry. But is it possible that that some people, some human beings, can experience space, time, the present, that cherry? It's just a bigger cherry on the cigar. More of the future and more of the past are being experienced as if it's happening now. Is that possible? Would that explain why remote viewing, for example, is possible? Does that explain why some people have these premonitions and can see things in the future, allegedly, or in the past, with a great deal of accuracy and fidelity, right? Would that now, and what if, let's take that a step further, what if space-time wasn't just something like we experience temporally, but time itself had 3 dimensions, right? We tend to experience the universe right now in 3 physical dimensions. You have an x-axis, a y-axis, and a z-axis. And within those dimensions, I can physically move anywhere in my space. And time being the 4th dimension, a little bit more experienced, a little bit more linearly certainly by our species. But is it possible that other species may also experience time in more of a 3-dimensional sense? Whereas if you and I are right now having this conversation, we interact with each other. But let's say you had the power where time itself was experienced 3-dimensionally. So you could be here having this conversation with me 5 minutes now or 5 minutes ago. And unless I have that ability, I'll never be able to interact with you, ever. Only when you are right here, right now, do I get to interact with you.
I have not done, unfortunately, much reading lately because I have been extremely busy. It is on my to-do list. I have a stack of books that I have to read. Unfortunately, next week I'm going right back to Washington, D.C. Last week I was in Colorado. My schedule is not my own. I am extremely busy.
5, 10 years, 15, 20 years, I think 20, 30 years. I think within the next 3 to 5 years, you're going to start hearing rumblings of hearings I don't want, okay, but something more substantial than rumblings of hearings.
No, because this is a big deal.
You ever hear whispers of rumors and rumblings of hearings, Kevin? Come on, we're almost there.
I think you'll start to hear the pressure building to have congressional hearings on
I
this.
see. Okay.
And then once that happens, things get a little scary because then on a public level, they have to act on this. Now, what does that mean? What are they going to do? Now, I know a lot of things of what we've done, but the idea of those things happening on a public, forum is it's terrifying.
It could be chaos.
It could be chaos. What are you going to do? Like have a landing or something?
One of the questions people ask, why has this kept secret for so long? Well, depends who you ask. There's a lot of reasons for it. I don't personally agree with them, but some of the reasons are better than others. There is definitely some people who felt that they were doing their patriotic duty. In fact, their responsibility to keep this quiet and keep it away from the American people, in essence, keep it away from the world, because this technology and this information could have led to some undesirable consequences. The Rand Corporation did a study on this topic in the past several decades ago, and they concluded that the knowledge of this information, the fact that it's real, could destabilize governments and institutions and religions and things like that. Now, I personally don't think that's the case. I've had lots of conversations with religious leaders all around. I just came back actually from Rome and spoke to some folks from over at the Vatican. This is no different than when we as a species recognize that the Earth was not the center of the solar system.
You had Senator Harry Reid, for the record, substantiating it was real and that I was in charge of it. Pretty much everything else at this point, there's not a whole lot that's come out yet because it was rather classified. There was a lot of aspects that remained classified and still are classified to this day. Now, with that said, were there programs before? Well, I think that's exactly or precisely what our Congress is trying to establish right now, right? We know that there was a Project Blue Book, and then we know that there was my program, ATIP, later on. The question is, what was in between? And what was after? Well, we know what was after. There's something called a UAP task force. In fact, what most people don't know, and I'll tell you on your show right now for the first time, the first commander or first director of the UAP task force was actually my deputy during ATIP. I don't know if I can agree with a person. I can tell you that NASA is very much dedicating itself right now to this topic. You have the director of NASA himself, who is a former senator, who has said for the record that the topic of UAPs is a priority for them. And I think you did not hear this from me, but I think there may be some interesting announcements coming from NASA in the very near future regarding this topic that may be very, very promising for a lot of people.
And when you say some interesting announcements, just give me a clue. What do you think?
Maybe dedicating some more resources and time and attention in a more formal and official capacity.
The Department of Energy is kind of a funny little cat. Sometimes, she doesn't like to report a whole lot of stuff, but let's just say this. Most, if not all, the national labs have had their fair share of UAP encounters. It should not be a surprise. The national labs are tend to be hotspots. Along with other nuclear technologies that we have. Again, I have to be very careful about what I say because we start getting into some sensitive information, but you can read between the lines, I'm sure.
And then finally, are you aware of a document that appeared around 2019, sometimes called the Admiral Wilson Memo or EW Notes Memo?
I am not.
You're not.
Are you tracking?
I'm not personally aware of that. Okay. This is a document in which, again, I'm not commenting on the veracity. I was hoping you would help me with that, in which a former head of DIA claims to have had a conversation with the Dr. Eric Wilson and claims to have sort of been made aware of certain contractors or DoD programs that he tried to get fuller access to and was denied access to. So you're not aware of that?
I'm not aware, Congressman.
In my 10 seconds remaining, then, I guess I just would ask, Mr. Chairman, unanimous consent to enter that memo into the record.
Without objection.
Let's say hypothetically, and I'm just saying hypothetically here, if that document is legit, the way in which that document found its way to where it did, the FBI would probably launch immediately a full-field counterintelligence investigation because That's not necessarily the orthodox way to capture those type of meeting minutes. And the fact that a conversation like that may have occurred, if it did occur, in a car, again, I'm being very careful what I say here. There's a lot of people that have reason to be concerned. Now, does this happen every day? Yes, absolutely. These senior people that are going to sit there and try to turn the screws, they're guilty of it. They do it all the time. I can't tell you how many times I've been in the backseat of a limousine or a car, and people are just having classified conversations, senior leadership. So it's a little bit disingenuous, but there's real reason to be concerned here. And I understand why, if there's legitimacy to that, and again, I'm being very careful here, if there's legitimacy to it, why a lot of people would be very concerned right now, because it could predicate a very intense criminal investigation. Brother, haters are going to hate, and that's because they have agendas, and because for whatever reason they've made a little cottage industry since they were 15 years old on this stuff, and this is all they know. And by the way, if real disclosure happens, they don't have a job, because this is all they've been doing. Their whole job has been disclosure. Well, now that disclosure is really upon us, and we have public hearings, it's no, it's all lies, obfuscation, because otherwise they're going to have to get a job at Starbucks and get a real job. So that's the unfortunate side of this, and I really don't have time to get into the weeds with these people who cherry pick information, because at the end of the day, they're not journalists.
December of 1953, the Joint Chiefs of Staff issued a letter of promulgation. Joint Army-Navy Air Force Regulation number 146 made it a crime for military personnel to discuss classified UFO reports with unauthorized persons. Violators face up to 2 years in prison and/or fines up to $10,000. And again, that was December 1953, Joint Army-Navy Staff Letter of Promulgation number 146. Now, my question is in any realm, why would we need to make it illegal to discuss this? Now, I understand no one needs to be reminded not to discuss classified reports. Why does everyone in the service need a reminder not to discuss classified UFO reports at that time? It certainly tells us that this isn't new. If we needed to order sailors for under a $10,000 penalty back in the 60s, that's a big penalty in the 1960s.
Oh my God, it's like a house today.
So
buying a house.
What were we saving ourselves from if Seaman Timmy blabbed about the flying saucer he saw while out to sea?
Yeah.
And I'm being flippant, but those are questions I'd like to see answered too. If we have a chance, some of the history of this should bring up some very, very big questions for our leadership. I can tell you firsthand, now granted it's hearsay, but off the record, the sonar techs that I was with on Princeton, they're not interested in being identified. I've spoken to a couple of them, and if they want to come forward, they know how easily they could. But they said, Sean, they were all over the place under the water. They were zipping back and forth like crazy. And that prompted me to make calls to some folks that I knew that were in ballistic missile submarines during the 60s and 70s up around the Arctic Circle and the Dew Line. And they told me the same thing. And they said that there was a culture on the boat to not make those log entries, that they just happened and you just let it happen. I'd really like to know why. What I see is I saw two people get an insane mission, get a limited time to do it. They weren't completely educated up to the point where they needed to be. They did the best they could in a short amount of time. I think that this first hearing and what we've seen, I think they'll get the feedback. I mean, yes. The fact that Representative Burchett immediately turned around and kind of called, raised the BS flag, was like, where are the pilots? Where are the better, et cetera. Now it's up to them. It's up to them to follow on and fix those mistakes. The task force and the leaders that are holding the hearings have an ability to make this right and make it right quickly in a way that's going to gain them a great deal of support. I think they would get a groundswell of support from perhaps millions of people if they actually produced something we could work on and gave us a viable timeline for what we can expect. But if they leave us in the dark piecemeal with these ad hoc hearings that they sprinkle throughout the future, I don't see folks just saying okay and going back to work. There's a lot of money tied up in UAP right now. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of people that have started companies and foundations and think tanks and all of this stuff.
It's all exciting. Yeah.
It's very exciting. But the question is who's gonna get the mic? Is a really good question. And are we going to see narratives put forth? And are those narratives going to be narratives we all share and can understand together, or are they just going to be aimed at markets that are going to fill coffers? Because we've seen that already. This is not a simple subject. It has been tainted with misinfo and disinfo over the years, and people should define what those things mean for themselves. They're very different things. But the ufology community itself for years has been targeted by Russian disinfo. They really enjoy putting conspiracy and hyperbole and things like that into the American zeitgeist to confuse American folks. People should not be surprised about that. So examining our I would actually say our national and international confirmation bias, as to what we expect, what we can deliver, and then truly asking the really hard questions. A lot of the things, as we say, behind the scenes, I know people are tired of hearing that, but a lot of the things happening behind the scenes are getting real traction, getting real support. This has spread out much far beyond where I think a lot of people understand. Where it's being talked about is almost everywhere in leadership and influence at this point. Word has made its way around. Now it's time for the people, those thought leaders, those influencers, for lack of a better word, and even to a certain extent, even some of our celebrities and other folks, it's time for them to add dignity to this the way that the hearings on the Hill did, because that's how we communicate to each other. We communicate via our media, and we have people in our country that we allow to do our talking for us, not necessarily our thinking, but a lot of our talking. And then we kind of line up with who we agree with, and we reshuffle the deck. But this is really spread out very, very far.
At some point, someone is going to have to answer some really, really uncomfortable questions. And God forbid, Congress wants to go ahead and have a public hearing on this, and I get called. Hey, I'm going to tell Congress the truth. I'm going to tell Congress everything I know to the level that they are allowing me to talk about it without violating my security oath. And if we can do it in a closed session where I can talk about that, I'll damn well do that too. And there are people in the Pentagon that don't want that to happen because there is a lot of information and data. There's a lot of names that were part of this effort. And the fact that they spent the last 3 years obfuscating and disinformation to some degree. I don't know if I want to say disinformation, but certainly not accurate information, right? The opposite of accurate information. So maybe that is disinformation. Eric Davis is an individual who has done more for this country than most people will ever realize in their lifetime. Most of the stuff he's done will never be revealed. I only know because I saw some of the documentation reports of the operations he was involved with. He was involved with some of the most sensitive efforts this country has ever been involved with at the highest levels, by the way. And I say the highest, I'm not talking about director or even secretary. I'm talking the highest levels. When he tells you something, it is absolute gospel truth. And for those who know Eric Davis know why, because he's got this interesting little personality quirk about him where it's almost impossible for him to lie. He is hyper smart. He's almost savant. In fact, if you were to ask him to lie, he wouldn't, because there's no purpose in it. He's a bit like a human Cray computer, a mainframe. He's brilliant. And he, if he tells you something or he says something, then it is absolutely the truth. I can validate and verify at least the things that I know people have asked about. He's telling the truth. If you take a photograph of the human neural brains and you apply that and look at to the large supercluster galaxies, a picture of our universe, you see the same pattern. Now, why is that? Because that's the nature telling you something. That's a blueprint. That's a fundamental blueprint of every single thing. In fact, if you take one in my line of work, a link diagram of a terrorist network, it's the same pattern, right? How is that possible? How is it possible that something that consciously thinks and breathes is going to follow the same exact rules as a random rock floating in space when it collides with another, hitting that fractal pattern? Because that's a blueprint. That's a fundamental blueprint of the entire universe. It's very much in us as it is in everything else, and we are part of that fractal You can still go down and you can go up, and it never ends. And so why is that interesting, and how does that relate to entropy? Because even in chaos, there is order. And that's what is, I'm not sure a lot of people really appreciate. That's why we call it random chaos. Perfect example. If I look at a tree limb up close, and I said, no tree limb is exactly the same as another tree limb. There's always going to be a slight angle of departure differently from one little branch to another branch, and so on, and it's infinite, right? So therefore, if the branches on a tree are not identical to any other branch on a tree ever in the world, how is it that when I step back 10 feet, all of a sudden I recognize an oak tree is an oak tree is an oak tree? Why? How is that possible? How can it be in all of its infinite randomness, yet when I step back far enough, all of a sudden now that randomness is a pattern? It's a definitive pattern.
Well, what are we really, discussing then? So we need to address those things, and that's not going to be addressed purely by science. That's not going to help us. We need also, anthropologists to be involved. We need people like me, people who have a religious studies background, involved. We need we need artists. We need musicians. We need people who have something to bring to the table. Because, as I've said, I think in Secret Machines Man, do aliens sing, right?
Right.
We don't really know that. Maybe there's a reason why. Maybe a musician can help us understand that better than a scientist at the moment.
Right.
And also the problem with science is we don't understand science anyway. Not anymore.
Right.
We need so much math to understand science. And the scientists are not that comfortable talking about what they know with us because it's a highly specialized language. So all of these reasons are why we need a multidisciplinary approach.
We are a species that likes boundaries. We like a species. In some cases, that's probably why we have organized religion and organized governments and institutions, because we like limitation. Look, if you tell somebody, look, there's no such thing as up or down. You're sitting on a ball, and chances are you're probably standing upside down on this ball as it's hurtling through space. It's just gravity sucking you here. And there is no such thing as being here tomorrow, because the Earth is spinning around the sun, which is moving around the galaxy at thousands and thousands of miles an hour. You'll never be in the same place again in your life, ever. In fact, ever for the duration of the universe. Nothing is static. Everything is moving. There is no here. The notion of here isn't even real. That's a concept that is very disturbing for people, because they're like, no, I'm here. I'm in my house right now. I'm in my living room. I'm in my little city, and I'm going to go to the grocery store and get my things. Well, okay, that's kind of an illusion, because, again, nothing is static. Everything is changing around you right now. You are changing yourself. And that's disturbing for a lot of people.
The things that we would see is that, yes, they weren't overland. I would see them going fastest when they were kind of just barreling east out over the ocean. We would see them kind of just east. I mean, they weren't like they were only in our area, and then they weren't like, I would see them kind of working their way east, right? So like there was traffic going this way. It wasn't just like they're in this one box and that was it, right? We'd see them kind of circular patterns, more extended racetrack patterns. We'd see them perfectly stationary. We'd see them kind of doing one of these or just kind of drifting up, right? So we'd see them climbing or descending or vice versa, right? They'd just kind of be doing like one of these up and down. So there'd be some like three-dimensional variability in the maneuvering, not just in the horizontal axis. And so like, what is this all, what is the pattern? I don't know. But it was strange. It wasn't just like one particular speed, it wasn't like super fast and then stationary, right? Like a go and a stop, right? It was less organized than that, I would say. And ultimately, you don't know what the objective is, right?
He's the public voice of a group of senators and congresspeople who are now saying, you know what, we're going to get to the bottom of this. And so they're having more hearings, possibly within the next 2 weeks.
Far out.
And for the rest of this year, there are going to be public officials brought before the Congress under oath, and they're going to be asked.
Well, why don't I know about this?
Well, you bloody well should be, because this is one of the biggest stories of all time.
I mean, I recently engaged with sources who are former Australian Special Forces military, who tell me that they've participated in what essentially is a kind of UAP material retrieval program. They were commissioned by a private aerospace company to go around the world and investigate and collect data and material pertaining to UAP sightings. And it's really interesting because there's an incident that I'm aware of in the Australian outback involving the crash of some kind of an object. And I've now interviewed farmers who've told me that they saw left-hand drive American vehicles driving through the Australian outback with people wearing American military uniforms, something that doesn't often happen in the Australian outback. But basically,
can you tell us a little bit more about that?
There's not a lot I can tell you. I'm still investigating it. But basically, it does appear to me that there are military units that are operated out of a private aerospace company in Long Beach, California, that are involved in attempted UAP object or space object retrieval.
There are two other systems. There is a system that doesn't go to the president unless there is a need to tell the president about it, which has to do with diplomatic relations, has to do with other countries' diplomacy, and that level of secrets goes to the State Department and agencies related to the State Department. There is a high level of classification, obviously, at that level, but it's not a direct path to the things that people with a top secret clearance would necessarily have access to, And then there is another level, which is the atomic secrets. Our belief, after reviewing all this and talking to people and re-interviewing the witnesses about what their experience was in later years, was that this was on the territory, on a piece of land that was controlled by Project Manhattan. It wouldn't have gone to the Air Force. There was no Air Force. There was an Army Air Force that was attached to the Army. The Army was working for Project Manhattan under the clearances of Project Manhattan. It would have gone, presumably, to Los Alamos, and it would have been classified under the P clearances or the Q clearances or the R clearances that go to the Department of Energy. They don't go to the Air Force. They don't go to the Navy. They don't go to the president.
The second thing is I don't personally, and I don't know this, but I don't think these are coming from space. I don't think they're coming from deep space. So if we're looking at the oceans, but we're wondering where we're going to find a planet, you're not going to find one there. So I think it's better that we're monitoring the area around our planet and what things are materializing in this realm. And that, so I think astronomers are looking far out. And I'm not saying that there isn't other life out there and they're not sending drones out, or maybe they're got advanced enough to travel. I'm not saying that. I just have this feeling that the universe is more of a duality structure where time can extend in two directions in the exact same moment in the exact same place, which means people that are very advanced or things that are very advanced can just pop over like a radio station. And that's why we're not seeing them, because we're looking out at Mars or we're looking out at like Alpha Centauri and we're like, where's it coming from? It's like, no, it's in Utah. It's just in the future or something.
Yeah, there have been crashes. The superpowers on the Earth have had their share of crashes, and they have recovered the vehicles from their crashes. So that's why Jacques Lee and I agree that even though these things behave like a conscious, spiritual, psychic entity, they do have a advanced technology. They have hardware, and there's a craft, and there's occupants or UFOnauts that he calls them, that Jacques Lee calls them UFOnauts. So there's UFOnauts running these craft, whatever they may be.
I think that what we're going through today with this realization, it's kind of like you've lived on an island your whole life and you've looked across the ocean and you've never imagined there was another island with anybody else on it. And then suddenly a ship with sails shows up. You don't understand it, but you realize that suddenly your world just got a lot bigger. I think we're in one of those moments right now, that our world view, our galactic view, is opening, right, to something a little bit bigger. And not just that there might be somebody else, but that there's something else. Mm-hmm. And what it is yet to be understood. And the fact that it isn't understood, to me, is what's exciting, because I can fill it with my dreams.
It is reflective. Once again, based on our personal history, we're trying to put this thing in some context that we can understand. We have to clothe it with something. We have to find. I mean, my first and only experience of a UFO was only a couple of years ago, right, in Florida, and it was in the middle of the night. It was in December, before COVID, and I saw what I thought was a helicopter, a police helicopter, hovering, right over the car. I mean, I stopped the car and looked up, but the helicopter was making no sound, right? And I'm going through, my mind is trying to come up with any possible explanation. The UFO explanation did not occur to me until the very last second, and I saw the thing just speed off without making a sound at an incredible rate of speed and disappear. I'm thinking to myself, I just saw a UFO. Now, I've been writing about UFOs for freaking years, right? And there it is, and I don't see it, right? I don't see it as a UFO. Yeah. So we tend to try to come up with explanations for all of this stuff. We clothe whatever is convenient to us at the time. Now imagine the poor person 200 years ago who couldn't blame it on a police helicopter, right? Now you got to think something else to blame it on. Well, I'm seeing something in the sky. What is it? It's a person. It's somebody floating. It's swamp gas. It's the planet Venus. It's something, right? Whatever. But eventually they come around to, no, I can't use those explanations. This is not behaving like anything else. And there's no helicopter to blame it on. So you come up with something else.
And so you want the hearings on this cannot be competing with something else. And so we're not going to get anything until after the January 6th hearings settle down. Now, when? I don't think it's much longer. I think there'll be a few more. Once they start again, there may be a couple in quick succession. And I think we're going to then see indictments coming in from the Department of Justice. And once those indictments start, okay, that's going to be a big story. All right, no question. But it's also going to be an ugly story. And it's going to be very intense and very ugly. At that point, to resume the disclosure, what I call like the disclosure hearings, UAP hearings, will be possible because they'll be able to get the audience. They won't be competing. But also, these are going to be very positive in a way, very exciting, non-political hearings. I mean, these are going to be hearings of incredible global significance, which is exactly what the world is going to need as the ugliness of the last few years sort of finally starts getting resolved.
Number one, it's not what you think it is. It's not coming from other planets. The evidence doesn't suggest that.
Interdimensional.
Yes. And the reason is because time is parallel. It's not linear. Or it's not like we start here and go forward in time. Time is side by side, which means everything in the past and the future is existing in this moment, but within different frequencies. So a civilization that's at the end of their technological cycle could build a submarine that changes its voltage and materializes in that same location, just into our timeline. And then fucking, it's crazy.
That was well articulated. I like that.
Have you ever had any like glitches in the Matrix where like
yes,
time sped up for you, or like I've had that a couple times.
Weird things. So fuck this, yeah. But when I got more into this, so there's a consciousness aspect to this. Like you have to think of like consciousness is like, it's like the mind of God, it's not a dude in a toga with a crown of thorns making Jupiter, it's like everything you see is one band of frequencies. The highest frequency is light, unified mind. The lowest frequency would be blackness, absence of love, absence of whatever. And physical matter is somewhere right in the middle, right? So you have the ability to tune up higher or tune down lower, and behavior and all these things and time, and it all fucking comes together. But what it means also is that your brain is what's called a transducer. You're an antenna. Consciousness.
That's what I was saying to
Duncan Trussell.
Yeah, Duncan Trussell.
So you create matter. And when you think something, it creates it. And you're not reactionary to your environment. You're actually proactive, and you just don't know it. So it really matters what you choose to see and feel, because that's literally what's being created for you. And people don't know this shit. So when you're like really into some crazy shit, the universe will start creating things, and we just think it's paranormal. Yeah. You know, having a host consciousness in your body, and then looking at some of the visitations and what some of the evidence looks like, it looks like there's beings that don't have, it's like maybe they don't have souls, maybe they're AI, maybe they're a different life form, like an insect that grew. It's like, well, I'm not scared of a goldfish, so I leave Earth, I come back 10 billion years later, that goldfish is a T-Rex, and you're like, whoa. And then you leave Earth, and then they'll go, that T-Rex is now like a lot shorter, and it's like a fucking lizard dude that's telepathic and building spaceships. And you're like, it took like 20 billion years, but it happened because no one fucking fucked with this planet, you know?
Right.
So you can see how life just grows in a certain direction. So then you kind of wonder, well, if something grew for millions, billions of years that never had a consciousness to begin with, like a fly or something, and then now it can kind of pop over laterally into our fucking timeline, it's going to come on you like flies on dog shit. Oh, what is this? Huh? What is this? And they're just like looking at you.
Right.
How scary would that be if you're in your bed and you got these big bug-eyed insects that are like, what are you? What is going on? And they start cutting you open, and they're like, and then all of a sudden you get scared, and they're like, that's an interesting energy. They're all, feel that. We can feel something. You know, I can see that being the case where emotion and feeling and love is like so gnarly. It's like they want to understand it. They want to have it. But what if they figure out, like, hypothetically, what if they figure out that that we're immortal, that our soul is part of something greater and bigger,
right?
And we might die and have a painful life, but we learned a lot of lessons, and we might reincarnate, you know, to learn more, whatever. And they're sitting here going, if we die, we have nothing. They're all, we want that. And then what if we have those interactions and we start writing books in the Bible? It says Satan wants your soul, demons want your soul, you know. It starts to all make a little bit more sense, right?
They might be everything. They might be underwater. They might be space. They might be atmospheric. And there are some accounts that suggest they might be actually subterranean, meaning the material in its path is irrelevant. And that is beyond bizarre and spooky. Our sensor bias is we see things where the sensors are. We look for our keys under the traffic lights because it's easier to look there. We don't have enough sensors, say, in the Arctic, in the northern and southern extremes of inclination on the planet. We have some polar orbiting satellites, but mostly our satellites are around the central equatorial band around the planet. So we don't know exactly if it is sensor bias, where everybody lives, where everybody has cameras and cell phones, or if they're everywhere.
So I think that what we'll find is that as we go outside of our little space-time bubble, we will encounter utterly alien forms of conscious experience that we may not be able to really comprehend in the following sense. If I ask you to imagine a color that you've never seen before, does anything happen? Right? Nothing happens. Right?
Yeah, no.
Nothing happens, and that's just one color. I'm asking for just a color. We actually know, by the way, that there are women called tetrafemmes who have 4 color receptors, not just 3. And Kimberly Jameson and others who've studied these women have good evidence that they apparently have a new dimension of color experience that the rest of us don't have. So these women are apparently living in a world of color that you and I can't even concretely imagine. No man can imagine them.
Yeah.
And yet they're real color experiences. And so in that sense, I'm saying, now take that little baby step. Oh, there are women who have color experiences that I could never have. Well, that's shocking. Now take that infinite. There are consciousnesses where every aspect of their experiences is like that new color. It's something utterly alien to you. You have nothing like that. And yet these are all possible varieties of conscious experience.
It's game over if you get Eric Davis and say Elizondo and Hal Puthoff up in front of a congressional hearing. Then they're going to talk about the crash material and all this kind of stuff, which so far is hidden. And you can't really blame them for hiding it, because that's the whole deal. The guys that control this, it's all about getting this before the Russians, because I'll always maintain that it's not the metals, it's the consciousness aspect that you've got to watch. That's what they're on top of, and they don't want to release.
Look, there's a hidden universe all around us, and you know it's always been right in front of our face. Fractals is one of those things when you look at random chaos as a blueprint. When you see fractal patterns, and I'm gonna go a little bit into this if you don't mind. We see fractal patterns not just in nature. We see it, of course, you know, the if you look at the Fibonacci sequence and the golden ratio and things like that, and fractals. We see fractals in the vein structure of leaves. We see fractals in the pattern that a lightning bolt takes through the sky. We see fractals in the path that rainwater takes down a mountainside. It's all fractals. In fact, there are fractals when you look at the human nervous system and you look at the brain, neurons in the brain, that's fractals. That's a fractal pattern. And in fact, if you were to compare the smallest parts of our body, whether it's the alveoli in our here, or the capillaries in our circulatory system, or the neurons in our brain, and then compare that image, that exact image of any human being's fractal patterns of their brains, and compare that to the supercluster galaxy patterns, that the patterns of super galaxies that are separated by hundreds of millions of light years, right? It's the exact same pattern.
Scale invariant.
Now, what does that tell you? Now, furthermore, socially and psychologically, those patterns still exist. When you look at a link diagram analysis of a terrorist cell network, you see that fractal pattern. It's even in it's so innate to us that even subconsciously our behaviors are tied to that fractal nature. So when you see something that is as common as that, so pervasive in our universe, one must say, okay, that is one of the many fundamental principles of our universe, that it is the way we operate. We collectively, all of the universe, at least this universe here, operates. That's one example. I think fractals are sure, because I think when you talk about this topic, I think when we finally really begin to appreciate and understand more details about this, there's going to be probably some fractal natures to it.
The initial secrecy came because something unknown had crashed within 30 miles of the only active or operational atomic bomber wing in the world. And Stalin was extremely interested in whether or not those bombers were really operational. And he had 4.5 million soldiers ready to sweep into Western Europe. And if those bombers hadn't been operational, he could have been at the Channel in 3 weeks. But the bombers were keeping him back. Because like all dictators, he values his own life only. And he knew that the bombers could end that. So the fear was that they had sent something that a sensitive radiation counter of some kind, which would have told them the truth, which was that the wing was not fully operational, that there were only a few finished bombs that could be loaded onto the planes. So as soon as Truman heard that, he immediately dropped a lid on it. And then, as General Exon told me, within 24 hours, everyone from Truman on down knew that what we had found was not of this world, which was initially a relief. But then the thought came, what is it? Is it some kind? And the thought was it was a scout ship, and it was an invasion coming, because these were all soldiers who had just lived through a tremendous war. And they thought how they thought. And then this became kind of engraved in stone, and the Air Force is kind of trapped in it because they've done so much cover-up and lying that they don't really know how to get out of it. And I would like to see them get out.
Am I wrong to have sensed a little bit of urgency in this as well?
There is a sense of urgency because, people said, well, why now? Well, because it's not on our time scale, not on our timeline. It's not up to us. They're here, whether we want to acknowledge it or not. They're here. The question is why? What's the purpose? And we need to start asking ourselves some pretty direct questions about this topic. There is a sense of urgency because every day that we fail to acknowledge and recognize what's really going on, we stay in the veil of darkness. This is real. This is here. This is now. Our country has already acknowledged. I mean, I hate to say this, but disclosure's already happened. We now have the acknowledgement from former and current directors of national intelligence and CIA and presidents and I mean, everybody says, yeah, it's real. It's here. Now the question is, we don't know what it is or where it's from or what they want and who's behind the wheel and intentions and whatnot. So to some regard, the hard part is still yet to come.
You really expect the president of the United States to come out and say, well, we discovered that there's an entity out there or there's some kind of a technology out here. We don't think it's human, but yet it has the ability to control our lives. It knows everything about us. It can lie to us. It can, change our reality at will. He's supposed to, his job is to protect us, right?
Right.
The military's job is to protect us. Well, if he's telling you that, everything's wide open. Religious scholars don't want to religious people, I should say, don't want to go there either, because where's God in all this? I talk about the great chain of being, that old medieval concept that they had where there was God, the angels, man, and then they would go down the list, chimpanzees, blah, 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 blah,
yeah.
down to the smallest organism. Well, and even though that's been proven to be sort of a very simplistic concept, it was something that it was a tradition. I mean, people believe it to this very day that there is this, taxonomy, where you have this. But if that's the case, well, the phenomena has got to fit in there somewhere, and it's sure as hell above us.
Yeah.
And it might be part of something angelic or demonic. I don't really know, or daimonic, as Patrick Harper would say. We don't know where it fits in.
For whatever reason, there is that inhibition that they're afraid of what other people think about them. And, maybe this is just part of, I'm openly gay, right? And I went through, I didn't actually have a bad coming out, but I did go through a situation at Stanford where a senior faculty member, said some things that were unfortunate, and he ended up basically being forced out because of it. And so I think that being able to come out like that, and then also time and again with the things that I've invented in my lab, where I was told, even by a very well-known Nobel Prize winner at one point, oh, that won't work. And then that just, to me, is something inside of me says, I'm going to prove it to you. And because I know that I'm right. And so it's like, I'm not going to let you stop me. And I know how to do it. And so maybe it's just that. I don't see it as courage. I just see it as, this is the right thing to do, so let's go after it. And oh my God, if it is right, the opportunities are endless. And so I always look for opportunity. And so I see tremendous opportunity in this. First of all, as people have said before, can it bring people together? Perhaps. Will it help dissolve walls? Probably. Will it give us a different perspective on the physics or the spiritual nature of the universe? Of course. So let's just do it.
We cannot, and we should not, and we must not discount anybody who claims to have a personal experience. We now know that there are biological consequences that affect some people who have claimed to come up close and personal to a UAP. And for that reason, among many, many others, my country has decided to take that aspect of the topic extremely serious, because we do have data within the government, my government, that seems to substantiate at least some of these experiencers' claims.
Okay, we're going to interview Gary Nolan next week. We're going to speak about experiencers.
An amazing human being. He is. You are very fortunate to have Gary. Gary is not only a dear friend of mine, but it's somebody I look up to and is one of the world-renowned scientists. I don't know if you know this. Many people don't, but he's nominated for a Nobel Prize.
I was born in Liverpool, and that was kind of like, you might as well, it's like the Harlem of England. I think they're just conservative. They haven't, I just call it conservatism. right? I mean, they're just more conservative about this stuff still. You know, they don't have a Lou Elizondo or Chris Mellon with all the contacts on the inside who are drawing them out. And to be quite honest as well, they don't have the research programs going on that we do, right? So they don't have the raw material from which to draw somebody who is going to reveal all. You know, we have apparently extensive programs that have been going on, right? And so lots of potential whistleblowers. I mean, Congress wrote those whistleblower laws because they just wanted to shut Lou and Chris up. They wrote them because they have seen the data, and it scares the bejesus out of some of them.
We have to be very careful when we say something is extraterrestrial. What if it turns out that we ourselves are quote unquote extraterrestrial? Maybe what created us in the early days of life and amino acids were brought in from a comet.
Yeah, maybe a hybrid. We're hybrids.
I mean, maybe or it's as natural. Life in the universe is as natural as we are.
Yeah.
You know, maybe it's bountiful. Maybe it's everywhere. I mean, if you want to know if there's life in the universe, just look at this tiny little rock we call Earth. It's everywhere. It's miles under the Arctic ice. It's in thousands of feet up in the highest mountains, in our atmosphere. It's in our body. There's life forms inside life forms. How crazy is that? Life can exist inside other life.
Yes.
Right? And so, is it possible there's something called extraterrestrial life? Well, I think statistically there's a probably really good chance, yes, but we have to think even beyond that, because we're looking at this question from current paradigms, and I'm not sure we can.
No.
Our current paradigm is if it's not from here, it must be from up there. Okay, but maybe there's other alternatives too. What if life developed on this planet just as naturally as you and I did, but it developed from a completely different tree, right? And what we are seeing is just as natural as you and me. We're just now at the point where technologically we can interact with it. It's always been here,
right?
Possibly,
right?
What if it's from under the oceans? What if it's from outer space? What if, there's a lot of what ifs.
Yeah.
And so we have to be very careful not to be tempted to prematurely jump to that conclusion. Say, oh, if it's not here, it's extraterrestrial. Okay, well, that's one option, could be. But there's also other options.
At the time that I would have spoken to them, they were not allowed to speak to me officially.
Okay.
So, but I can tell you the kinds of things that they said.
Okay.
That they saw, in some cases, vehicles or objects up close, that this was not something that just flashed by quickly, that these are things that were there, were next to their planes or next to them on the ground. And, you know, their stories were compelling. And, you know, my way of looking at this, and which is, again, what got me angry at other scientists, is that the other scientists were so willing to just dismiss the story. I was like, well, you're not just dismissing the story, you are dismissing the person. You are saying that this person is crazy. And it sort of came around to this idea of, look, this is data.
Yeah.
Data. It's not a conclusion. I'm not saying that this was a UFO or that this was something, you know, from another planet.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying that the data is real. You can disprove a conclusion, but you cannot disprove data.
Yeah.
And so this was what I think got me. Maybe I was the right person at the right time. My whole career has been built on other people telling me something shouldn't be done or can't be done, and I say it will be done. This is inevitable. We must do this. And so that's what drove me forward in these cases. Now, your question was really about what they had seen. To me, what was so compelling was how it affected their emotions, right? If you are even slightly empathic, you can almost feel the emotions flowing from these individuals and how it changed their worldview. But the bigger question is, with a lot of these materials, I don't have to understand how anti-gravity works, but I can maybe learn from the pieces of the engine that might bring us forward. I mean, again, if any of this is what we're observing true, and I actually do think that it is, these technologies represent hundreds of technology revolutions.
Whoa.
Hundreds of new ways of looking at physics and the universe that any scientist should run towards and say, wow,
absolutely,
something I want to learn. So one of the things that I have done now is basically spoken to people on the inside to say, here is the kinds of things we need to do to analyze this. Here's the amounts of money that are required if you want to do this seriously. And so without going into details, let's just say that the response has been positive, because now that the US government the US Congress has basically said to the Department of Defense, enough of your bullshit. So,
no, that's right.
Enough of the bullshit. We want real answers, and we want answers back to 1947. And we're not going to let you get out of it this time. And so I have been advising them on what we need, the kinds of money that we need, the kinds of people that we need to bring on board to do this right.
Yeah.
Because, and then the other thing that I have pushed is, you don't have to let the material out, the best of the material out. You have to let the fact that it exists out, that this material exists. And you have to acknowledge that it came from something very anomalous.
Okay.
Because that will then unleash the creative power of the academic world.
Yeah.
To think about, because it won't be me who understands why these metals are useful. It will be a child from Chile who will grow up to be a scientist to study this. And they will find the answer. Like Alcubierre from Mexico, who came up with approaches for warp drive. It will be by letting people study things in areas that previously were shameful and inappropriate. Now they can use the collective intelligence of humanity to address these problems.
Absolutely.
Many of these people who bring these things forward have been called crazy.
Yeah.
And so part of what I'm trying to do here is to basically, because the first people who tell them they're crazy are scientists.
Yeah, yes.
And so what I'm trying to do is to give these people hope and mental support that bring it forward. We don't think you're crazy. And the many people who have been, I think, traumatized, both by the experience, first by the experience.
Yeah.
And then second by the people who don't believe them.
Yeah.
And so by showing that the things that they have seen truly do not meet a current day understanding, validates their observations.
Yes.
Hopefully gives them some closure.
Yes.
Mental closure. And then furthermore, then opens up for other people to bring things forward that they might never have said because they were afraid that they should not come forward. It's almost like we're going to need 1,000 nesters to deal with the many other people who are coming forward. I get emails every single day saying, thank you, Gary, for doing this. This has happened to me. Can you point me at a support group or a doctor or a psychiatrist who can help me through my trauma? So what's nice now, I think, about the U.S. government finally saying it's true, that this is true, giving people permission, is the skeptics who, we need skeptics at a certain level, but the skeptics are now they're in the rear view mirror. So if remote viewing
seeing something that other people don't see, it is connected anywhere to the brain. It is processed through the basal ganglia and the caudate putamen. Well, okay, why does that why is that related to DMT, psilocybin, the other tryptamines? It was recently shown in a paper that when psilocybin is given to mice, the neurons in the caudate putamen develop extra spicules, as they're called.
Ooh.
Basically, so there is a functional change in the caudate that makes more connections happen, it appears, in the caudate. So if you look now as well at people who are autistic,
Yeah.
or people who are schizophrenic,
Yeah.
okay, so think of autistics having greater mental abilities, like they can do math like this, they can remember what happened to them on their birthday 23 years ago. Where are they getting that information? Is it really stored in the meat, or are they accessing something else? And then you look at schizophrenics who are seeing things that other people don't see. So, very close to the edge of a mental health problem in schizophrenia is this high level of creativity of seeing things that others can't see. And so it all seems to be wrapping around this notion of consciousness and perception. Now, in those individuals, if you look in their brains, the caudate putamen is altered. We know that children see things that we lose the ability to see as we grow older. You hear the many stories about the children who can see things that others, adults, can't see.
Yeah.
I think that is another parallel line to this story, that the brain is probably changing in a way that is, they become, let's say, less observant because we have lives to live, we have food to put on the table, we have a career to advance. And so the observation of everything around us begins to become less important to us.
Yeah.
I think the original shamans had it right. I mean, they were the ones who were most connected to the plants and the animals and reality. And that they were, if in anything, I bet if I were to go back and look at shamans, they would have the connected, caudate putamen.
What does define the essence of what it means to be human? And I would submit to you is that we don't really know yet. And what if it turns out that at some point we find an ancestor that is really the link between us and our past? Is it possible that the definition of being a human being is constantly evolving? I would submit to you that may very well be the case, and that being human isn't necessarily being this. Being human is something far more profound, far more existential, something that is beyond our current comprehension and reasoning. I think if it turns out that we are not alone in the universe, maybe there's a lot of things like us that we can learn from. Imagine learning 1 million years worth of human evolution and lessons within months. Imagine if there was an advanced civilization, an entity that came down, and all of a sudden now we realize that our current understanding of the universe is certainly not comprehensive. And maybe we can learn a lot, and maybe we can learn to be better than the human beings we are now to achieve where we should be.
I'll tell you that how it was told to me, the universe is teeming with life, okay? Teeming, not just like, hey, we might find a little bit over here and there.
teaming. You have intelligences at all different levels on different planets. You have organic intelligence, which is like human beings, lots of humans, super advanced humans, superhumans with telepathic powers, and some humans that are just like us, some humans that are cavemen. You also have inorganic beings. You have beings that are on rock planets and gas planets that oxygen's poisonous to them, right? You also have weird bands of light that are alive, that swim like worms in the vacuum of space, the way a whale does in an ocean. Okay? Sure. You have amoebas that are floating around sucking up energy. Those amoebas could be as big as Jupiter, or they could be like a Volkswagen. It's like it's teeming with life, and we were so stuck on ourselves that we never looked up. And I think what's happening now is we're looking up, and there's a very small group of people that looked up a long time before everyone else and had to get it understood, and then they would go to NASA and say, okay, it's okay for you to look up now. So it's an interesting story, man. It is the story of the millennia. It really is. It's incredible.
I'm involved with trying to set up resources to be able to fund researchers for this kind of stuff, because scientists inherently will follow the money. I can't take my NIH dollars and go study UFOs, right? I mean, I have a certain box I have to stay in, but I do have money from an endowed chair that I have, which is I can do anything I want with. It's $400,000 a year, and I have talked to the donors, and they're fine with me using some of this to study UFOs, right? So I have the money to do it. I also spent a lot of money out of my own pocket on it. But now that there is going to be, let's say, validation, the National Science Foundation could get involved. Lockheed might want to do. One of the things that's actually in this new bill is calling for, I think they use the word, a cadre of academics and scientists who would advise the intelligence agencies on all of these issues, not just UAPs, but other things, for the first time, because there are so many barriers for this. But one of the things that I wrote a white paper for some of these committees, and I called for that. I said, you need to bring the scientists in. Not that we know better than anybody else, because no scientists can actually be dorks. It's because you want that outside opinion. You want the crazy opinion, because you just want it on the table sometime, because it might be true. And, when you do have a decision to make, you don't want it to be a political decision at some level. You want it to be science, and you want to use the best science to inform the politics and the policymakers so that they have the information at their disposal.
It wasn't always like a mechanical flight description. And when I say that, I mean like an autopilot is going to be just very precise, right? It's going to be locked on straight. And whereas I could see an airplane, I could tell if the pilot's flying it, right? Because it's not going to be perfect. The computer's not controlling it. And these seemed more like that. Not that they were imprecise, but that they were even much more erratic than that. So like it wasn't like a straight line in a turn. It was just kind of like a weird drift like that in that direction,
So it wasn't controlled by a dumb computer, or not disrespect to computers. So it wasn't controlled by autopilot kind of technology.
That's not the sense that I got.
There's so many moving parts. It's very hard to create a consolidated story about it. And, the only way that I can create a consolidated story is to say that there's more than one thing here.
Right.
Right, that these things are somehow in tension with each other. Much like when the colonial Europe went around the world into Africa and India, et cetera, and basically were fighting each other, England against Spain and France, et cetera. Maybe that's a little bit about what we're seeing here, is that these things are in some kind of tension with each other, and that there is no unifying motivation. If you're an intelligence, are you going to go down on a planet with a bunch of angry monkeys who might kill you? No, unlikely. You'll send some intermediary. Well, what kind of intermediary are you going to send? You're going to send something that maybe almost looks like them, but isn't them. So I think, and this is, again, from inside the intelligence community, most of what we think we're seeing are avatars, biological robots that are basically put there to be the minions, if you will.
And that's the current view of the intel community.
It is a hypothesis. I mean, to me, if I were going to another place, or if I were going to study a native tribe of, let's say, cannibals, maybe I wouldn't show up in the middle of their village so that I don't inadvertently become dinner.
Yes.
Right? So you would send an intermediary first. But I've used this example. I don't know if you know Lex Fridman. You probably know Lex Fridman. He's an interviewer. He's an AI scientist at Stanford. I did one with him. And using an example of the ants as well. Let's say that there were a race of intelligent ants at the bottom of your garden. How do you tell them about Instagram? Right? How do you talk with them? How do you interact with them? You would probably make something that looked almost like an ant, and you'd put it down there. But then how are you going to interact with them? Well, with pheromones, that's how they talk. But you do something else, right? You're speaking about whatever it is you talk about at the dinner table, but to translate down to their terms, you would have to use some sort of an intermediary. So it's kind of a lost in translation problem, right? You want to put something there that can interact with them so that they can know that there's an object. But you, for instance, you're not going to show up and put yourself in danger. I wouldn't. Ronald Reagan had a conversation with Gorbachev back in the days of the Cold War, where he said at one point, if aliens showed up, would you work with us against them and drop the Cold War? I mean, that's a recorded statement. He got in front of the UN and said something similar. And that all came from a sighting that he had had when he was the governor of California, right? So basically what he was saying was something like this could bring us together. I mean, what law can you remember in the last year or two that has complete bipartisan support? This.
Yes.
Right? This has brought people together. And people say to me, well, why are you talking about it on this show or that show? I said, because this is above politics.
Yes, it certainly is.
It has to be. And if we can't talk about this in a non-political way, then why are we bothering with anything? We might as well just silo ourselves and build walls around everybody. That's how I think about it.
Instead of seeing a huge craft hovering above their vehicle, what they see is a kind of a star-shaped object, which is quite small, just hovering above their vehicle. And so Gary talks about this, and this is slide 9. This is this commonly referred to slide that was used in the briefing before the Undersecretary of the Department of Defense that I write about in my book, and you and I have discussed on different podcasts. Whatever this phenomenon is, the mystery of this phenomenon resides in the fact that it is capable of manipulating human consciousness and human perception. Maybe what the UFOs are, maybe what the UAPs are, is not what we think they are. Maybe whatever it is, they are manipulating our perception of them.
Well, I think time is crazy. You know what the crazy thing about time is? Time's not linear. It's not from point A to point B. Time is what they say is parallel, where basically everything in the past, present, and future is existing right now. And your ability to traverse everything happening, it's like consciousness is manifesting all at once. Yeah. And your ability to navigate that will dictate kind of your life path. And this is physics stuff. This isn't like me just coming up with some new age concept. And so a lot of us get trapped in this idea that time is like, okay, I'm getting older and I have to achieve this thing, or it hasn't been kind to me or whatever. Yeah. The reality is totally different. The reality is that every single moment of the day, if you try to choose something with the right intention, and I'm talking science here, you will have a life path that veers to the left or the right, but it's never going forward. And so I think the better we get, for example, I hung out for 8 hours at Stanford with a Nobel-nominated geneticist that worked on a UFO he was working on the UFO program at the time for the U.S. government, and he was telling me and showing me where in the brain these little cylinders exist that vibrate to thought, but not your thought. other people's thought, literally telepathy. And he's all, I think I can amplify this, and I'm working on it. And there's a variety of reasons why, and it has to do with the program he was working on. But the idea here is that as we progress and we have these muscles in our brain and all, whatever that we can exercise, we will get better at traversing time laterally, not just forward, and understanding how other people feel, empathy, and so on, having a vibration. Like when someone walks in, you're like, God, that guy has like a crazy, weird vibe. I just feel it.
Yeah.
Well, that's the beginning of telepathy. So I think like we're going to be able to, as human beings over the next 10 to 20 years, completely and radically change what we know about ourselves, what we know about science, the way the universe works, and so on.
Sure. Mr. Salas here can tell you better than anybody. I mean, he was there that day. It's not just our Navy equities out at sea. It's also our flights here, our nuclear missile silos here in the continental United States, and it is also, to some degree, Department of Energy facilities. If you look at DHS, Department of Homeland Security, suspicious activity reports, there's a really interesting correlation there. And so I would submit to you, if we're going to spend all this time protecting our nuclear technology, then, and there's, by the way, some sort of technology that's out there that has the ability to come in and out of our controlled U.S. airspace completely undetected at will, and has the ability to actually interfere with our nuclear capabilities. Again, Mr. Salas here can tell you firsthand, then yeah, I think that's a national security priority. I think it's something we should all be a little bit concerned with, because someone's doing it. The question is who and why, right, and how.
Basically, you have, the potential of, God, there's something that I can't say. I wish I could say, but you get into the potential of what consciousness is, right? Like, is the whole universe like one thought, like one set of frequencies stacked from the lowest frequency all the way up to the highest frequency? One is light, one is dark, or one is, matter and then antimatter. Somehow there's a duality that exists. And when you traverse between those dimensional realities that exist, like kind of in the same spot, there's a big question is like, are you traversing consciousness itself? Is physical matter and time, right, the painting of consciousness manifesting in real time, just trickling, just does all this shit. And if there are life forms out there that are different than us, that aren't a part of that, and it looks like they are traveling through time because they have the ability to bend the fabric and, of space-time, that they're wormholing, they're skipping distances and stuff, so then they're traveling, literally, they're changing the attributes of time.
And the reason I do the UFO thing is that that's the one subject that can do all that can change the world, unite the world, revolutionize people's lives with the technology, change the way you feel in your belief systems. It's like everything. It's like bleach, just kills everything. So that this is kind of like the human bleach. And it's not all good. There's some scary, unnerving stuff with the UFO thing, but there's also some really great stuff there, some really great stories of what we've accomplished. So, my goal is getting this stuff out, and it's a process.
But again, at a certain point, now that the ball is rolling, I don't need really to convince anybody else. Enough people are convinced that there's money pouring into this now, and there's scientists starting to come on board. Serious scientists starting to come on board. I've got a Nobel Prize winner who's willing to step up and help. So, this is, it's the cat's out of the bag. And so it's not going to get stuffed back in now anytime soon. So at this point, it's like, let's stop trying to convince other people that we're right and just do the work. Or as Jacques would say, quoting a famous physicist, shut up and calculate.
Then you kind of go deeper into the parts of the government that know about the UFO phenomenon, the ones that call the others, the ones that are influencing countries, the ones that are by design or maybe by accident happening to crash a very advanced piece of technology in the country's borders so they make better weapons to fight bigger wars. And we're not the only ones that have had a crash. Yes, and so when we make big statements about North Korea or big statements about Iran or China, it's because we are aware that those places are being manipulated and have very advanced technologies now. So we're trying to keep everyone calm, and not initiate a conflict. So we're looking kind of over our left shoulder and our right shoulder, and at the same time, every once in a while, trying to tell everybody about it, but we can't really tell everybody about it. And I think that once people know this stuff, in whatever form, if everyone knew all this stuff, like they came out and told everybody this, from the White House, I just think people would want to help.
A lot of scientists have even discussed possibly the notion of gravity. The reason why it's so weak is because it actually exists much stronger in another dimension. We're getting this leaching or bleeding effect. And so, it's not that hard to say, well, it may not even be the phenomena may not even be related to another planet. It could be another dimension of some sort. And again, I want to be careful not to sound too woo here. Right now, we're just having a mental exercise, you and I, and your audience. But there's a lot of possibilities, and we got to be careful that we don't just artificially or prematurely negate one and say, well, that sounds silly. All options really have to be on the table until they're not on the table.
There probably was contact, and it was contact maybe more than 20,000 years ago, an initial contact, which changed the trajectory of evolution of Homo sapiens from the hunter-gatherers they were for hundreds of thousands of years. And then suddenly they all start to decide, okay, we're going to build cities and we're going to do all this other stuff. We're going to stop being hunter-gatherers. We're going to be agriculturalists. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. In ancient Sumer, there was this myth that was reported by some of the Greek historians later on that said that a god had come down from the sky, landed in the ocean, and then came out wearing a headdress like a fish, and would come out onto land and taught the Sumerians about agriculture, about writing, about all these things. And then he would go back down into the ocean to his vessel, and he would never eat anything on land. He would never drink anything on land. I mean, it's a very strange story, which makes a lot of sense in a contemporary setting, right? You don't want to be in a position of getting infected by whatever bacteria is running. If you're a space traveler, you're going to be concerned about that, right? If you're an organic space being, not a cyborg or android or something. If you're an ancient person and you're making up these stories about agriculture and writing coming from the gods, what does that mean? What is the implication of that? People have a tendency to look at the ancient people and say they're a bunch of superstitious nomads and they don't know what they're talking about, and they make up all these stories. Why was it necessary to make up that story? Why did we have to say this came from the gods?
We're pulling in through this herd of about 100 beautiful black cattle. Okay. We pull up and we park, and as we're driving directly through the center of these cattle, they're 5 or 6 feet away. They're all very, very chill. Only like 2 of them out of 100 are looking at us, and I'm taking note of this. And now we stop and we get out of the truck. Those 2 are still looking at me. The other 100 are not. And I realized they don't even know we're there. They didn't even notice the truck, but only 2 of them did. Now then I got kind of snarky, man, because I realized, oh my God, that's us when we see UAP. Now I decided to have a mass sighting out there. So I cut my hands around here like this, and I went to the whole valley. Now I had 100 cattle looking at me. Okay? And all of those cattle were scared. The 2 that were looking at me before, no fear in their eyes. When that moo stopped ringing in the valley, all the other cows went back to chewing their cud. The 2 fearless ones were still looking at me. So I think if we can see that there is a level of existence below us that we interface with that we don't even understand, and let's not even bring in the fact that we're going to eat those things and drink their milk later tonight, okay? Right. But there's got to be a whole level above us that comes in and out of our experience in the same way it happened for those cows. So I think sometimes that's what we're experiencing. And I don't know how we're going to get those answers, because I can stand there all day and tell the cows what's happening, but they ain't hearing it.
We know, as a matter of fact, Richard Doty from the Air Force was doing all kinds of crazy stuff, right? So he was infiltrating, he was spreading disinformation, and he's kind of proud of it for some reason. So he goes and does interviews, it's like, I would be burying my head in the sand, for that. But no, he's like kind of wants to talk about it, which is fine. But here we have an actual case of somebody manipulating the UFO community. And we're not really sure what the end goal was in this case. Was it just to discredit ufology? You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to destroy Paul Benowitz, for instance. You didn't have to go to do all these other things that you did. I don't know how the Air Force thought it was okay to go after U.S. citizens, and that's a major issue for me. We, as the human race, we are a cargo cult. That's who we are. That's informed everything we've ever done in science and in religion. It's been aimed towards these two twin concepts, immortality and space travel. Everything that we've done has been aimed towards those directions, getting off planet and living forever. And these are things that seem to have come down from the gods who came from space or from the sky or from wherever, showed up, talked to us, gave us some basic tools for technology, and then disappeared. And this seems to be a motif you find in cultures around the world. So our point is that maybe everything we've been doing has been a form of cargo cultism, that we're still unconsciously being motivated by this first contact that happened maybe tens of thousands of years ago. It's a consciousness process, and our consciousness has evolved to the point where we're now developing AI, we're developing all kinds of robotics, we're doing all of these things, including advanced propulsion systems in avionics and aeronautics, because we're still imitating the flying saucers we saw 10,000, 20,000 years ago. We're still trying to do that. And that's still this is the trauma that we experience, in a sense, that we're reliving with every scientific endeavor, every religious cult, every religious ideology that comes around. It's all based upon this element.
If you imagine that whatever this is has to communicate with humans through somehow our sensory apparatus in our brain, whether it's directly, if it's sound based, well, then there's no drug for that. But if it's somehow coming inside through the sensory apparatus, I used the term telefactoring before, that if it's interfering with us in some way, why couldn't we make, if we understand enough about how the interference is being generated, maybe there's a drug to stop us or to prevent that from occurring? There's a lot of science would have to be done around something like that, and I'm not saying it's doable tomorrow or anything like that. But the notion is, for the people who feel that they are being inappropriately interacted with, give them the ability to turn it off. Yeah, I almost hesitate even to call it a civilization. A civilization implies a lot of interacting parts that are moving towards some sort of goal. I couldn't even say whether or not what it is that is being observed is something like that. Now, I don't know whether it's a technology per se, because I'm leaving open the idea that it's some form of consciousness that is non-material. And I say to my colleagues out there, I know this all sounds absolutely crazy, but if you've seen the things that I've seen, you would only be able to come to a similar conclusion.
We're doing all of these things to try to extend our reach as much as we possibly can. We're hitting a brick wall, because there's only so many machines you can invent to see further and further. Now we have the telescopes out there. We're looking at the beginnings of the universe. And we're still not sure why we're here or what we're up to, what the whole purpose of all this is. So we have to realize that our senses, the common five senses that we're familiar with, are a limit to our understanding. They're a limit to our consciousness. We have to extend ourselves a bit outside of the reach of our senses to see into other ideas, other possibilities, to maybe create different machines that are going to be based on different paradigms of interaction with the outside world, the world outside of ourselves.
Well, depending if we had it would all depend on if we had a relationship with the country, and the country allowed us to actually go in on their sovereign territory and actually, pick up something and take it away. If it was Five Eyes, one of the Five Eyes, I don't think that would be a problem at all. I think we would then share the data with whoever, but whatever it would be that crashed, that would be taken. It would probably go immediately to the military, and then there's any number of military institutes and or defense contractors that work with the military. I got a briefing on the cohort group. It used to be called the interference syndrome, and it was about 100 people. Mm-hmm. And out of that 100, we've lost about 20. And these are people who ran smack dab into the phenomenon, right? In various circumstances. My wife and I are included in that. And we lost a lot of those 20 to suicide. I saw the HIPAA restricted PowerPoint on what these people look like, what their brains look like, what their bodies look like after they were either had orb activity and a lot of this happened at Skinwalker. These officers, going out and then coming back, and then the hitchhiker effect, damaged some family members, the orbs. So it's pretty serious stuff, and I don't. I don't know what to do. I mean, this is really funny. I mean, my wife and I sleep with, on all our beds, right, there's rosaries and amulets, right? I don't know what else to do. I got a mezuzah on my front door. I'm not Jewish, but you know what I mean? It's like I got Buddhas in my backyard. I got, and I sleep with a locked door at night.
This is kind of funny. I'm not gonna, is an intelligence person. We're putting together this he was helping me put together some language for something I was doing. And he said, no, change that wording. And I said, okay, why? It was like, I don't know if I said like extraterrestrial or if I said alien or otherworldly. I can't remember exactly how I phrased it. And he said, no, delete that, change it, make it to this. And I said, okay, sure. Why? He goes, well, they might be living under our oceans. And I was like, okay, can you elaborate a little bit? He's like, no.
What?
That's what he said. I swear to God. Yeah, that's what he said. Hey,
where did this guy work?
He was an intelligence guy. I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
He definitely would be in a position to know, certainly, but that's all he said.
We are a very pioneering species, and every day we're coming up with new, clever, innovative ways to live and perform in our environment. And every day we're learning something revolutionary in the way of science. And for us to think that space-time, in order for us to go to point A to point B, has to be some sort of linear function, we're beginning to realize that that's not necessarily the case. Quantum physics shows that space, to some degree, is rather irrelevant, and maybe even time to some degree.
I think what they really are saying is they want the government to come out and say, this is real.
Yeah.
Well, the government has sort of done that in a roundabout way recently. In the last year, they've come out and said, well, it's could be Chinese, could be Russian, but it also could be this, this unknown thing. Well, that was, if you read a lot of intelligence, papers and stuff like I have over here, what that was a very, reading between the lines, what that was saying was, yeah, it's not Chinese, not Russians, not us. This is this. That's what this is. Yeah. I mean, everybody I know in the government took it that way. All right, that's what it is. And now, one of the things I did in CIA was I paid attention to a lot of very high tech, exotic type of military technologies around the world. I will promise you, there is no Chinese or Russian or U.S. versions of the Tic Tac. Don't exist.
We have a very good reason to believe that advanced intelligent races are not just going from point A to point B. They're not just coming, not all of them just come from a planet to our planet. That there are two opposite universes, and this where we are where they both can exist. And using frequency, you can hop back and forth. But in that other universe, time runs backwards and physics is opposite. There's an Easter egg for you. Because I think a lot of people tend to think that alien means one thing. You know, I always tell people, if you're in the ocean and you're a fish and you see like a jellyfish come by, you're like, whoa, okay, this place is full of that life form. And then like a dolphin comes by and you're like, wait, okay, that too. And then a whale. And then next thing you know, like a can of Coke, like pollution. And you have no idea that there's even land up above the ocean off there with all these humans throwing trash in the ocean, you know? So I think when people think about aliens, you know, they think the same thing. It's like, okay, so what are they like? Well, what, the dolphin, the Coke can, you know, it's teeming with life, and there's so much more to it. But I tend to think that what people most commonly think of when they think of aliens, they think of like, you know, the big headed, big black eyes that you see on a t-shirt and stuff. And I think that if you were going to compare the legend of those clones, you might want to look at some of the biggest pieces of art that have ever come out in humanity. Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, even all the Avengers movies are dealing with free-willed human beings taking on a clone army. And I think that's something that people need to think about.
That asks the question that we always have in mathematics, that the sum can never be greater than its constituent parts. But is the human being, or is sentient life just that? Is it that you now reach a critical point, a critical mass of collectives, organisms, of cells organizationally, where all of a sudden the we now identifies as a single organism, as a me, and now all of a sudden the collection of all these cells that make up Lou Elizondo, something happens, it reaches this critical mass where all of a sudden it becomes sentient, self-aware, and now it is truly a single organism. Is there some sort of connective tissue, so to speak, obviously proverbially, amongst those smaller living organisms that now create, a single consciousness?
Okay, so if there's neurons that are collecting this information, is there an area of the brain that does this? Well, no one's ever seen anything like this, and certainly there's been no evidence, of brain damage that would say suddenly people lose a certain ability that might be related to remote viewing. But if you were to think about it from an evolutionary standpoint, how would you overlay and get anomalous information that is not in our normal expectation of 3D, of electromagnetic spectrum into the brain? Well, maybe you would overlay it somehow, I don't know how, somehow onto the already in place visual or auditory networks, and that would be the way in which information somehow got transferred. Somehow it has to be then turned into a picture, but I mean that's as big a problem as a dream, right?
I can understand that very well.
How do dreams get put onto your internal viewer, right? You actually have two visions. You have your vision that we're using right now to see each other, but we can each close our eyes and imagine the other person or any other object in our mind's eye.
We have 3 galaxies of secrets, and I was very deep in 2 of them, but not in the 3rd. We have the intelligence community, which has its own whole world of secrets. We have the Defense Department, which has hundreds of programs that the intelligence community doesn't know about, and largely vice versa. Then we have the Department of Energy, which has tens of billions of dollars of black programs, and there's some intersect. But since I left the government, I have learned new things and new information that have raised a question as to whether there wasn't something outside of that system that was so special, so super secret, that it was kept out of that whole process. And so that's one of the questions. And that's one of the reasons Congress is taking the action that it is. Yeah, so one of the things that we don't know is, and first of all, it might not be a crash, right? There are different versions of these stories and different flavors. And one of them is that something was just left like a gift. Something just landed. That's a story. It's not, I'm not saying that's true. That's one version of the story. I think if we imagine for a moment that a country has recovered something like that, the military people, their natural desire is going to be to exploit it for their unique advantage, right? Rather than probably going public with it. But as I said earlier, I think we're at a point where conflict, the trends in international relations are so negative with Russia and the Ukraine and China and the South China Sea and Taiwan, not to mention global warming and so many other things, that something that shocks and jolts the system and our entire species and causes us to think about our planet differently and ourselves might have a tremendous beneficial effect.
You know, you can imagine a whole dark sector that is completely parallel to the ordinary matter that we have, and it just doesn't interact with anything that is ordinary to us, okay? You can imagine that, and that's what I brought up in my essay. And, you know, there are possibilities that we should allow for. This is one of them until we figure out what the dark matter is. Another possibility that we should allow for is we ask what happened before the Big Bang. You know, one possibility is that imagine a civilization that knows quantum gravity and can engineer the birth of a baby universe in the laboratory. So then you ask yourself, what was there before the Big Bang? Well, maybe there were some entities in lab coats, you know, white lab coats, that did an experiment that created the Big Bang in their laboratory. Now, what would that be like? It's just like, you know, us giving birth to babies that grow up to become adults that give birth to babies and so forth. So in any universe like ours, there could be intelligent civilizations that develop the technology to give birth to baby universes. And you move from one generation to the next this way. That's just a possibility. I'm not saying, since we don't have a theory of quantum gravity, we should at least allow for that, because at the moment we have no clue as to what happened before the Big Bang.
What are the dangers or risks associated with this sort of research into the unknown?
We have, since we started VIX, and I may as well mention this, I don't know, in March of 2020, those ourselves, members of our family, and especially members of our staff, had a lot of things begin, and it hasn't stopped. So there seems to be some kind of connection to attention and a stimulus from the various phenomena. And it also happens in a sister area or another subject, the same kind of thing. So, and you don't know exactly how to predict what's going to be happening. Sometimes it's adverse. In a very small, minor minority of instances, but sometimes, and we've experienced that.
And frankly, if people want to give us a bollocksing for doing scientific text testing and trying to be objective about it, then fuck them. I don't give a shit. I really don't.
An interesting thing that just happened recently is the Navy came out and said that any UAP videos that are remaining in its possession are classified, and that to release them would endanger the United States. What do you think about?
Did Scott Bray say that?
That was an article I read. I didn't get the source of that.
I'll have to verify that claim.
Okay.
Because that's actually, I helped write the security class guide for the UAP task force, and it is not what the security classification guide says.
Okay.
That, no, in fact, many of the videos that the Navy got were not classified. They were just treated as sensitive.
So a couple of things. One, I think they should be sharing more than they are. The videos that I gave the New York Times and Washington Post, there was an investigation by the Air Force afterward, and they determined they did not damage national security, and they confirmed they were truly unclassified. I know they have many other videos like that. I've seen some of them myself, and I don't understand the inconsistency how they can justify keeping these other ones classified when those not only did not damage national security, they helped national security, because they got us finally interested, acknowledging that there's an issue, and help the government make progress in trying to close these gaps in security and find out who's coming into our airspace. That was important progress. Even if you only were interested in national security and not science, that was valuable progress. So I disagree with the classification policy right now. Congress has never received confirmation that this is true. If they do, then that's a new game, it's a new day, and they will have to have a discussion among themselves. Do we keep this secret? Do we think the public should know? Do we approach the White House and talk to the president? And do we advise him to make it public? And also, the more people know, the more that the information is so red hot that if that information begins to circulate, it could also leak into the public domain. There's a greater chance that it could go public. One of the things that I have suggested, I've repeatedly asked the Congress to ask the Defense Department, is what about anomalies in space? They keep talking about UAPs in the air. What are we seeing on orbit, and what are we seeing in space? Because if we're seeing anomalies there, and that isn't necessarily proof, but if that information even is released to the public, nobody can say it's helicopters or Chinese lanterns or that kind of thing. And once again, that's another big step forward that takes us closer to the truth, because that's very hard to explain if we're seeing maneuvering intelligently controlled objects in space. Everything that has happened to date has been from the bottom up. It's been from troublemakers and activists like Lou and me. We snuck these videos out, and I took them to the New York Times. Nobody in some secret organization was asking me to do that or telling me to do that. I went to my old friends at the Senate Intelligence Committee and the Senate Armed Services Committee, and I suggested they ask for an unclassified report on UAP because there wasn't enough support in Congress for funding or an appropriation. That was the easiest thing that could be done that would help keep momentum going and keep the issue in the eye. So all this stuff has been coming from troublemakers and the bottom up. There's no evidence of any kind of outside influence or program or anything like that. And it disappoints me when people say, it's like, what do they think I've been doing? I've been devoting my life to 5 years of this, working almost full time. And so when I hear that, it's really disappointing to me, because then people think that, no, this wasn't Chris Mellon. You know, I've been spending my own time and money. This has cost me a lot of money. I travel at my own expense. I've been on this campaign to try to raise awareness out of this. And some people want to make me look like I'm some, tool of some secret organization or something. And if anybody has any information to support that, I would love to see it.
I'm not interested in chasing ghosts. I'm not interested in making TV for making TV's sake. I'm out here to hopefully find some answers to some things that don't make any sense. My original motivation is to determine, if there are a possibility of an extraterrestrial interaction, a technology or phenomena that we don't know about, and to figure out how to use that to our advantage, right? To better our lives, better our position in the world and in the universe. Because one of these days, Thanos is going to show up. And as far as I can tell right now, I have yet to see an Iron Man or a Hulk or a Thor or a Captain America show up to help us out. And so I certainly hope that it's someone that's here to offer us all sorts of great new things, but it also at the same time look at how the adventurers, the conquistadors, the folks who explored the New World, how they left the New World, and if we happen to be that new frontier or New World, and they show up, whether they're friendly or even benign or benevolent or not, doesn't mean that what they leave behind isn't a big smoking, heaping pile of rubble and crap, right? So he started putting a team together, and Lou Elizondo, so it was really interesting. He and Lou kind of leapfrogged each other and who was running it and who wasn't, and Lou was never officially, this is the way they do it in the Navy, and so when you see all this, like Green Street and the idiots like that, they're trying to debunk everything. When they say, well, he was never, we've looked in his position description, never says he was the leader of some UFO investigation. It was other duties as assigned. Yeah. And there was never any extra budget put there for him to go do it, but it was a task that was given to him. Like when I was the chief scientist, I was a civil servant with the Army, and Jay called my boss, that was his equivalent, actually 1 star lower than Jay, but and he said, hey, I want Travis to come work for me on this task force. Would you mind loaning him to me for a while? And they said, why do you want Travis? Funny, Jay and I talked about this because it was a big compliment to me, and I didn't even know him at the time. My boss asked him, so why do you need Travis? And Jay said, because Travis knows how to build shit. That's exactly what he told him. And my boss laughed apparently, but Jay, then I went up and I briefed Jay on some things that were happening at the ranch, and he said, yeah, come in and be my chief scientist. It was never on paper anywhere in my position description that I was the chief scientist. But when we went to the White House and to the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, Jay, a 2-star admiral equivalent, introduced me to the White House chief scientist as the chief scientist of the UAPTF. And as far as I was concerned, that was good. And he told me to put it in my signature block, right? So and I was the equivalent of a full-bird colonel as a civilian. And so when a 2-star tells a colonel to put something in their signature block, they do it, right? Yeah. So it's all, what they're doing is they're using semantics to try and debunk things. I don't even know why they need to debunk that. I mean, just trying to discredit things for no reason, which suggests that there's an imperative behind the discrediting and the debunking. I know Axelrod very well, and all that stuff I've measured with scientific instruments in his house. It is freaky. We've had simultaneous events occur at his house, my house, and in a house in the Uinta Basin. All at once that we've measured. I mean, within a microsecond, the events occurred, which that you can't do that. And but the worst phenomena is there have been a couple of people who had I guess you call them orbs, whatever, in their house, and or wraith-like things in their house. Yeah. And one of the neighbors of Axelrod had an orb fly through them, and they ended up with a very dangerous form of cancer from it. And I don't think I think she's still alive, but she's having to go through all sorts of chemo and radiation and treatments like that to try and keep from that. Now Bigelow, reason he got rid of the place was he was convinced it killed his wife. And so I would call those pretty drastic hitchhiker phenomena. And one of the other things we've discovered from a geophysical phenomena is that the poles do shift on the Earth, and we don't know if it's just the actual magnetic pole shift or the entire Earth is shifting, but the Earth is processing in such that the poles are getting further and further away from wherever it used to be, meaning that it actually may physically rotate every so many millions of years, which would cause cataclysmic upheavals. I'm thoroughly convinced that it's highly possible, perfectly likely or possible, that civilizations rose and fell due to huge cataclysmic upheavals that's happened through the geology, maybe asteroid impacts, super volcanoes exploding, things like that throughout history. So, I mean, we'd be silly to think that there's been nothing here on the planet for anything more than a few tens of thousands of years.
We accept synchronicity as part of life. We accept dreams influencing our behavior and our actions. We accept some really crazy stuff out there. There's a lot of crazy things going on politically and everything else, where people are just making stuff up and believing in it. And this is happening because we haven't gotten a handle on consciousness. We haven't gotten a handle on reality. We think that reality and information is the same thing, and therefore any information is good information.
Mm-hmm.
So that whatever we think is true. And that's taking this way into another direction where it's not going to be very fruitful, because science has to correct back and say, yes, what you think is possible, but then you have to actually do it. You've got to have the tools to do it and make it happen. And there's much more that's possible than we're aware of at any given point in time. But I think that ideas of consciousness as something that is developing within the brain is probably, in my way of thinking, a mistake, because that's like saying, you have a radio, and the radio is picking up different stations, but if your radio is broken, the stations have stopped broadcasting, right? I think the brain is like a radio, and we are tuned to different frequencies, and we are picking up consciousness of different types of different kinds. If we die and the brain stops functioning, does that mean that consciousness has disappeared? That's the ultimate question, right? That's the $64,000 question.
By the way, let me just tell you before we get into some questions here. 2 days ago was a historic day, and Joe, you're the first person that's going to know this publicly. It's happening right now in your podcast. I am very pleased to announce that there was a significant, and I can't overstate significant, milestone achieved about a day and a half ago. Without going into a lot of detail, it may come out public, it may not, but I think the NIM Aviation, the National Intelligence Manager for Aviation under the Director of National Intelligence, a 2-star general, needs to be significantly applauded. There was some significant effort that I think is certainly in the interest of the United States and the American people that just occurred. And so I want to do a real quick shout out and a huge sincere thank you to the wonderful folks at the DNI and the NIM Aviation, the general, for outstanding work. Thank you for doing what you did and keeping the American people, the focus of your job. This never in the history of the topic of UAPs have we got to this milestone, and that was just achieved. And by the way, I think it's a step in the right direction for transparency. I think the result of what just happened will result in a trickling down of information to the public where it belongs. So when people say, "Oh, I want to see another video," or "I want to see," a significant step was taken a couple of days ago towards that direction. So I, again, just want to say, congratulations to the folks, men and women at the DNI and everybody else who's been working so hard and tirelessly on this and has been taking this topic seriously. And a big congratulations to our NIM Aviation, the general. So thank you very much for doing what you did.
And I've got a book coming out called the UFO Sky Pilots, where I've got 36 people who have flown the craft and what they've said and how it's done. And they're all saying the same thing. But what a lot of these people also describe is the fact that when you see the craft, you go up to the craft and it's 30 feet across, and you go inside and it's the size of a football stadium on the inside. And then they look outside again, and it's 30 feet across, and they look inside, and Hal Puthoff actually mentioned that. And in this document, they actually talk about this. They talk about this. It got bigger or she got smaller. The same thing. This idea that when you go inside the UFO craft, they can make it as big as they want inside the craft, and they have this side component that it's all made out of consciousness, and they're able to change things instantly.
There are people out there on UFO social media who sadly have diminished themselves.
Yeah.
For a while there, they were doing good critical stuff, and I don't know why they do it. I think as they're losing relevance, because as this issue becomes more mainstream, a lot of people who've been around for a while on the circuit are worried about maintaining their relevance. And so what they're now doing is they're taking deliberately aggressive contrarian positions, not for good, solid scientific reasons or journalistic reasons, but because it generates them clickbait.
Right.
Because there always will be a puerile, infantile audience out there that loves conflict.
Eric has an amazing memory, an amazing ability to describe situations from the past in very great detail. And I trust him. On the other hand, as you know, as you mentioned, the admiral has denied that the thing happened in that particular way. So I'm really not at liberty, based on the fact that the project is still classified. I don't think I should comment on my own opinion, about the situation. My hope is the hope of many of us, is that in the development of the congressional action, that there will be permission given to more people to come up and testify about what they know, about what happened, and so on. And there are, the public must realize that there are good men and women who have been in highly responsible positions involving this phenomenon for a very long time, and that they have suffered the consequences in their careers. And again, I'm delighted to see that the stigma is being removed, and I'm grateful to Congress for doing this.
What would be the highest potential reason why information would be withheld from all of us?
Well, I mean, people have talked about, mass hysteria, et cetera. Maybe there's something about them that's really scary. That to know that we are somebody else's property. Or, heaven help that maybe we're farmed for something, that would be awful. That would be icky. It isn't as if we don't farm things, but just to know that you're not the top of the food chain might not be a pleasant thing. But, again, it's about what information do you give to a species like us that they wouldn't kill themselves with, right? If you give people access to free energy, is even a small amount of free energy only a step away to too much energy, that you basically blow up the planet, literally. The amount of energy sitting in 1 cubic centimeter of space-time is enough to wreak havoc on the whole planet.
One of the allegations is that the U.S. recovered either an object that landed and was left undamaged, or something that was crashed, maybe more than one occasion, and that the material was provided to some of our aerospace companies that build our most advanced aircraft and so forth, for them to try to research and understand. And therefore, that may be a source of knowledge and information, and they may actually possess some of these materials. So they wanted to include that in the scope of this inquiry and this new legislation.
Because there is the possibility that there may be reverse engineered technology in private companies.
Right. Doesn't mean that they succeeded in reverse engineering, but one of the stories is, one of the allegations is, and I was supposed to meet a fellow, for example, who supposedly was in one of these aerospace companies and supposedly had been directly involved in that activity. And we were about 2 weeks away from meeting when he died, when he had a heart attack. And, can't say, whether that was true or not, but that's one of the allegations. And it makes sense, because if you're the government and say you recovered some debris and there were complex components and materials, right? You wanted to keep it secret, but have world-class technicians and scientists try to understand it. It would be natural that you would go to
Lockheed Martin or Raytheon or Grumman or some of those companies. Part of the name change, while you're asking about that, part of the reason for the change is that the Air Force has not wanted to include information from space. The Air Force has said, oh, UAP just says aerial, so we don't have to tell you if we see something on orbit. We don't have to tell you if we see something in deep space. And so they want to make sure that they address that in the name because they were hiding behind this semantic, this definition to withhold information. The same thing with the Navy. The Navy has information about things under the ocean anomalies, so they wanted to put, so it's aerospace, air and space and undersea. You know, it's not going to be an easy decision if they get to that point, and particularly if there's some reason to believe that there is some agenda other than love and friendship involved. You know, it's not clear what the intent here is, and if it's one group or more than one group, or, you know, there's so many unanswered questions, at least from my standpoint, based on what I know to date. And if there was information that suggested the possibility of, you know, in fact, I've actually heard from somebody that, again, this is secondhand information, but this individual indicated that he was told one former president had considered releasing this and convened a group to evaluate the pros and cons of doing so. And they ran through a list of 60 questions and they considered all these different alternatives and issues. And at the end, the entire group concluded that the government should not release the information, that it was not in the public interest to release the information, that it would be so disruptive. And have so many negative repercussions. So if it does happen, I think it will happen most likely because it's impossible to contain it any longer. And I would imagine that one of the things that I've suggested to people in the government they think about, if we're really going to be going down this road, it's helpful to lessen the shock and to help people internalize and process this. So if, for example, we do have some compelling information about UAPs in space, let the government admit that now and acknowledge that without saying it's aliens or whatever, but just start to expose people, the public generally, not the UAP fan group and people like us that live and breathe this and are obsessed with this, but the average person who doesn't care anything or know anything about this, and begin to get this into circulation writ large across society, this possibility.
Why would this very sophisticated device come in over the forbidden airspace, where the first atomic bomb has just been exploded the month before, and come out of nowhere and crash there? Is that an accident or is it a gift? Obviously, that thing still had power. It made sure that it was noticed, and, you know, with a fire and breaking the tower, it destroyed communication over White Sands, over parts of White Sands, that had to attract attention of somebody. And then, you know, this was 2 days after the capitulation of Japan and the end of the war. Shouldn't we pay attention to that? Isn't that some sort of signal? The people who would have the most to lose about this would be in economics.
Yeah, and
so in the novel, he follows the trail because you know, for a very personal reason, a series of very personal, intense, emotional reasons, he's driven to follow the trail. He's not a super technologist, but the trail leads him to a foreign bank.
Yeah,
not to, you know, Lockheed, not to IBM, I mean, it's been there, but the ultimate test can only be, and I know because of, you know, some of the things I've done in venture capital over 5 different funds, including the NASA venture capital fund at one time,
And that had nothing to do with UFOs, right?
Well, in the novel, it is a UFO. I mean, but the technology, the financial community has much better secrecy than anything else you can think of, including the CIA.
Part of what is motivating this is that Congress asked DOD, insisted that they create an office for all UAP reports from across the Defense Department, all the services and the agencies. That organization was formed, and the personnel in that organization, however, and have a sense that they're still not getting all the information. And I can tell you a story to illustrate the problem you're talking about. So I know an individual who was part of the ATIP program. And at that time, they were investigating the UAP phenomenon. They approached, and this individual was a former Air Force test pilot himself. And he had all the requisite clearances, and he approached some pilots who had been involved in a high-profile UAP case, and they refused to share or disclose what happened. And so Congress and the leadership of the Defense Department, the Deputy Secretary of Defense before that, who had asked for set up a UAP task force to go collect this information. Well, incredibly, even when it's coming from that level, the people who are trying, the foot soldiers who are trying to gather the information are running into barrier after barrier. In many cases, the doors are still slammed in their face, or security people are saying, I'm sorry, you're not cleared for our program, and all that kind of thing. But the bottom line is, hopefully, in another year or two, we'll know the truth on all this, and we won't have to speculate. Hopefully, the documents will come to light, and we'll have the bottom line. And so things are good. We're on the right path. And that's a fabulous, exciting development. It's something that 10 years ago, I don't think anybody would have foreseen this, that we've gotten to this point. And we got to this point because we were very careful about the information we brought forward. And we brought forward rock solid information, not speculation, not anecdotal information, not secondhand information, not inference. We brought forward authentic DoD videos. We brought forward DoD pilots who could speak to it firsthand. And that's the kind of information we need to continue to bring forward.
The significance of UFOs is multiple parts, but number one, it's not what you think it is. It's not coming from other planets. The evidence doesn't suggest that.
Interdimensional.
Yes. And the reason is because time is parallel. It's not linear. Or it's not like we start here and go forward in time. Time is side by side, which means everything in the past and the future is existing in this moment, but within different frequencies. So a civilization that's at the end of their technological cycle could build a submarine that changes its voltage and materializes in that same location.
Signature is a signature. Okay. So there are a lot of things that, let's take, for example, a dog barking and a coyote barking in the distance. Both are a type of dog, right? Different species, but both are a type of dog. And they sound pretty similar. And they kind of biologically work the same way. I'm going to be very careful not to elaborate at all on Havana syndrome. It's not my forte. I will let those people in the government who are working it continue to do what they need to do, and I certainly don't want to interfere with that. But what I meant to say is that there's some interesting. What we would perceive, myself and several colleagues perceive some interesting correlations there. I'm not prepared to elaborate right now. I simply cannot. But it's a fair question. It's a great question, and a question that I think will be addressed in time. What I don't want people to think is that Havana syndrome equals UAP. Not necessarily. We're not there yet. There does seem to be some correlation, but we're not prepared right now to really go into any detail, because right now a lot of it's just theoretical. Someone talked about a sensor. Where would I place sensors to detect UAPs? This was on Christina's show. And I said, you only need one. And I mean that. I'm not going to go into a whole lot of detail right now because we're in the process of looking at that as an option. There's some very intriguing signatures that, if you know what to look for and how to look for them, we stand a really, really, really good chance of being able to collect data and the data in a way that gives us a lot more fidelity than what we're dealing with now. Possibly even be able to predict. So that's what we're doing right now. It's a bit in its planning stages and nascent stages. So I don't want to tip my hand too much. I'm not trying to tease anybody, but I'm trying to give as much information as I can without compromising an effort that is currently being developed. Right? I don't want to compromise that because there's a lot of pieces to it. And some of those pieces want discretion. They don't necessarily want to advertise that they're participating or want to help in this effort. And I have to respect that. So until we decide it can become public, we're going to keep it kind of quiet.
Again, listen to my words. That is what's going on. Our behaviors were designed to hate each other. So we wouldn't all put the weapons down and grab each other's by the arms and look up and saying, "You bastards!" Like they didn't want that. Divide and conquer. And guess what? At some point here, it's going to change, and everyone's going to stop and look up and say, "Holy cow! Wow, we were duped."
100%.
These guys over in Iran and Syria are our brothers, but we were led astray the same way they were. But the problem is we still do have those issues. We still have ISIS. It's not like that's going away. But you kind of have to wonder, and you have to understand what's fueling that hatred.
And it makes
suggestion, matter displacement, holograms,
right.
Religious experience.
Right.
It's like all that stuff is what created it.
One of the things that I find interesting is what are we not listening to that's there?
Yes.
And the other one is there a signal already being sent to us? Right, so there's signal that you hear about, right? People hear things in their head. How are they doing that? Right? What is that? How are they reaching into people's brains, affecting the proteins in ways that we can't possibly understand that get turned into a signal in our head? So somehow the information comes from over there where we don't understand it to over here where at least we can turn it into an electrical signal understanding and say, okay, well, but then how does that turn into consciousness? And how do such complex concepts get passed over? So that's a kind of signal. And then I think of these objects individually and how they coordinate. So how are they coordinating with each other? Right? Do they just know ahead of time what they're going to do? Or is there some very low-level EM going between them, or something behind the scenes down under into some other quantum level that they're interacting with each other? So to me, that is not just a question, it's a practicality opportunity. Right. If they're doing it, how are they doing it, and how can we replicate it? I mean, that's what gets me excited, because I'm interested, again, going back to my cancer work, I look at stuff, I figure something out, and I go, oh, wow, okay, we can use this, I can make this instrument, and I can give everybody else the possibility to do this. So that's yet another, I think, thing that I think we're being given a signal somehow. There's clearly something emanating that is not passive that we need to understand. But they affect our planes, right? They reach in, turn stuff off. They reach in and read stuff from people's heads. What is that?
There's another impact which sometimes I hesitate to mention, but I think it's true, and I think it clearly has been shown in some experiments without people thoroughly understanding them. When you add extra dimensionality or look at the extra dimensionality of it, you can model a living system as a particular extra 3-space attached to this 3-space. So in infinite dimensions, you have an infinite number of these 7 spaces. And that'll allow you to model a mind actually connected to the living body. Well, that's interesting because it means if you choose the right engineering in this hyperspace, you can engineer the mind directly. And there are some experiments that even imply this. There are some that show that you can do things with cells. For example, you can time reverse the cells back to a previous state and cure diseases. Priori did that. and several other researchers have shown aspects of it. Robert Becker, for example, was nominated for a Nobel Prize for showing little tiny DC currents and little DC potentials we can separate into this stuff by, applying the Whittaker approach, decomposition. He showed very conclusively that you can just take cells and reverse them backwards to a previous state or forward to a future state, called differentiation and dedifferentiation. He should have been given a Nobel Prize for that work. That's magnificent work. It's a tragedy that he wasn't. But we have effects which can get down now into the very fundamental thing that drives everything, the mind stuff, the connection of the mind to the body and everything. For example, if you were to generate extreme pulses, extreme powerful pulses of this so-called scalar potential stuff with the hidden internal stuff, if you jerk that or hard enough, you jerk the normal smooth flow of time stream, and what you really do is you snap the body loose from its mind connection.
This UAP committee that they're doing,
the task force, yep.
Several of those so-called scientists, and I'm going to call you a so-called scientist until you prove otherwise, whoever I'm deriding here, have come out before they've even said anything and done many of the things, before they've even done the analysis, and have done many of the things that Avi has been discussing. They've pre-boxed their conclusions and protected themselves against others being who might say something negative about them because of being even on the committee.
How so? How so, Gary?
Well, I think I can't remember the name of the woman, but she basically came out and said something along the lines of, "We don't think that any of this stuff is UAPs, and we're pretty sure that this is."
You mean Nadia Drake, probably the daughter of Frank Drake? She tweeted about.
Yeah, I mean, she made a statement, and then there was another person, a BU, or maybe it's he just came out this morning. He was just recently put on the committee. He said something similar, where it's like, that. What a sad scientist you are, that you feel that you have to say something like that before you even look at the data. I'm just disappointed. I would take people like that off the committee, and I'll say something else that I think is a little. Why is it only astronauts and astrophysicists who are on this committee? Why? Where are the other kinds of scientists? There's many other kinds of scientists.
No, sorry, Gary. There actually is. There's Paula Bontepi. She's a biological oceanographer. There's industry people from the Potomac
biological oceanographer.
Oh, there's Potomac Institute of Policy Studies. I agree. David Grinspoon is a planetary scientist.
There's a concentration of a type of scientist that I think has a predilection to not think outside of the box or in the right box, because they're more afraid of what their colleagues might think than others.
If such a thing exists, a shadow biosphere, with current methods of studying microbes, do you think we could ever run across it if there was a second abiogenesis on planet Earth?
Yes, and I've actually, although I don't mean to sound conspiratorial or anything, there's someone that I'm working with who has at least pictorial evidence of such a thing.
That's fascinating.
So, but before I get all excited about it, I'm actually buying for the guy some instruments that he can use to determine if it's actually real or not. I mean, the picture evidence that I've seen is pretty compelling. So we'll see. I mean, because whatever it isn't standard. So, it might just be a mistake on his part, but we'll see. I mean, that's the reason why. So one of the reasons why I don't want to talk about it too deeply is because I don't like doing science by news release, and I'm sure this person doesn't want the entire planet making fun of him for something that might end up being a mistake, and nor do I. So, but I think it's fun that if the question and the evidence suggests that it's worth following up on, what's a few $1,000s to develop perhaps a better understanding of it?
It also involves the capacity to remotely manipulate an instantaneous sensor disassembly. And what that's a reference to is the meddling that has been going on and is still going on with nuclear weapons. I'm very cautious to talk about the stuff that I know that's current, because some of it is still quite national security sensitive. But there is a genuine concern inside the US. And also, interestingly, I noted in France, India, and Russia. Those are the countries that I've spoken to. Somebody is screwing with their nuclear weapons. They're having instances where weapons are going down and they just won't function and they can't find anything wrong with things. Systems that are supposedly secure. It's almost as if whatever it is demonstrating to them how insecure their systems are. Because if you think about it, if something, and this is irrefutable, something is demonstrating a capacity to meddle with the most dangerous weapons on the planet. And people don't realize that the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists that has this clock showing the hands towards midnight, that hand is closer to midnight than at many other times in our history right now.
Well, I think what it is that we as a field were infected by the same arrogance our entire species has been. The arrogance that somehow we were picked out, that we are more special over all the animal kingdom, and we therefore have dominion over it, and we see it. And what I think this is beginning to show us is that we were neither first in that, nor is it perhaps as uncommon as we would like to think it is, because it also means we're therefore less separated from that. I think they're doing what a complex creature would.
So do you think, just to follow on that, do you think, you showed this, the beautiful chart, this linear plot between brain size and, and basically evolutions that we say, like coming right up to Homo sapien. And then you show the Naledi and the Florence sort of dropping off. Do you think we're going to find many more in the category that are not just in this linear, as you said, this linear humanistic Homo sapien sapiens viewpoint on our own history? Will we find more of those kinds of things? You think?
I think the trajectory that is exploding our field right now means it's going to go in both directions. We'll find larger brain ones older. We're going to find smaller brain ones later, perhaps even horrifyingly much later into our system. You do have to ask, if Homo naledi makes it into the large-brained hominin era, and it is, in fact, what it appears to be, something that descends from a very primitive hominid that is likely more than 2 million years old, why would it go extinct like that suddenly? Why? That's not. I think it's really important for people to not think about the dates we present of a site as the beginning or the end of that. And I think it's too easy to do that. It's too easy to look at a date when we say 230 to 330. That is for those few individuals and that locality that we've dated. It's not the beginning of that species, nor is it its terminus. That's not the way it works.
There are people out there on UFO social media who sadly have diminished themselves.
Yeah.
For a while there, they were doing good critical stuff. And I don't know why they do it. I think as they're losing relevance, because as this issue becomes more mainstream, a lot of people who've been around for a while on the circuit are worried about maintaining their relevance. And so what they're now doing is they're taking deliberately aggressive contrarian positions, not for good, solid scientific reasons or journalistic reasons, but because it generates them clickbait.
Right.
Because there always will be a puerile, infantile audience out there that loves conflict.
Elizondo resigned and joined forces with Tom DeLonge, who you may know as this guy. All the small things. Yeah. The guy from Blink-182.
The entry point for like UFOs for people is because they saw something in the sky, Then the second thing is, oh my gosh, aliens, they're coming from other planets. And then people kind of like stop there. The evidence of these things is really pointing that these things aren't coming from planets. The past, present, and future exist at one moment. So that means you can laterally step back and forth depending on frequency. We can't do this, but something else can.
But for me, it was the first thing I sent around to the people, the scientist friends of mine who'd said, this is something you shouldn't be doing. I said, look at this. And what's exciting now, fast forward, 4 or 5 years later, Now there's so many of my scientific friends who the first thing they want to ask once we're dispensed with the usual pleasantries about whatever science is they're doing, Gary, what's going on about the UFO stuff? I really want to hear.
Well, do they want to just hear it, or they want to do something about it?
So yes, Sean Parker, who funds my lab, the Napster, Facebook, Sean Parker, funds my lab through his immunotherapy of cancer foundation. He actually put down a fair amount of money at one of the conferences that he ran for me to have basically an evening of talking about this matter. Flew in Lou Elizondo. We brought in Chris Mellon via Zoom. Lady Gaga was at the back, hidden. And I know he put a fair amount of money into this. Now, was there sufficient data? These were my scientific colleagues. And many of them came up to me afterwards and said, well, Gary, you didn't really show any data. And I said, well, the reason there's no data is because nobody else is helping. And so several of them said, how can I help? So that's what changes. You always do need somebody who has whatever the reputation is that is necessary. They can say, okay, well, and I've heard this many times, I wouldn't believe it if it weren't for you. So one of the things that I'm doing is rather than wait for the government to give me the money, I'm setting up an organization that is bringing in charitable funds, and hopefully by next year we'll have the ability to talk much more about it. But with those charitable funds, we'll be able to do at least two things. We'll be able to write policy papers to the government as to why they should support this kind of research. Because then what you're doing is you're giving the people on the inside, if you've got sort of like a think tank on the outside who's writing all of the reasons and giving them the crib notes that they need to make the arguments to their upper class and to make the arguments to either the generals or the politicians. So you need to provide that. So where do you get that? You source the writing from academics, and if you pay an academic $10,000 to write such a thing, they'll probably jump at it, especially, I mean, most academics aren't rich. Most academics don't go out and start companies. So that's at one level. But with, again, sufficient resources, you get to do something else. Now you get to give money to postdoctoral fellows or to laboratories where you can say, I want this studied. You don't have to find that person. You just need to put out the fact that you have the money, and then you hopefully get enough credible applications, grant applications for it. You have then a team of scientists vet the applications. You give them the money, you let them go. They publish a paper. That further opens the aperture. You do this in enough places, and suddenly it's a field. Even without talking about ETs and all the other thing, there are non-human intelligences. I mean, have you ever watched some of the animal interactions and the things that they do? I mean, I look at my dogs and I see a consciousness in front of me. They're not our level, but you see some other things where animals solve problems that are almost miraculous, and you know that they're on the edge of ability. There's just this recent archaeologic find, Homo habilis, or I can't remember, but it was recent in South Africa of something that lived something like 200,000 years before us. And there's evidence, not yet conclusive, but the evidence is that it was using fire.
Oh, wow. So another genus of humans.
Another genus of humans, 200,000 years. I mean, we've only been around for about maybe 50,000. So somebody else was here, maybe.
Maybe.
And, I mean, that tells you something. That tells you actually something quite interesting, that intelligence can arise multiple times, right? It tells you that the opportunity, now why they might have died out, an open question, maybe because we came along and killed them off. Who knows? When you know that something can happen, there's a thing called Bayesian inference, you probably know, that the idea of prior. If it can happen once, that means it can happen. And so therefore it can happen again.
When a predator attacks a cow, there's usually a lot of entrails and a lot of blood scattered around. It's a very sort of messy, nasty looking scene. Where the the stomach and the intestines are strewn around the ground. However, these cattle mutilations, in some cases we documented, there was not a drop of blood on the animal, in the animal, underneath the animal, and the rear end of the animal was cut with what looked like sharp instruments. We actually cut the areas around these cuts and sent them to these histopathology labs, who validated that sharp instruments were used, some form of a scalpel or something, something sharp that was capable of cutting through hide. So we were absolutely certain after the NIDS program ended, having investigated, like I said, 60 to 70 of these cases, that there was sharp instruments used on this animal, and that predators and scavengers was not the explanation. Now, it's really intriguing that over the decades, nobody has been caught or charged. This has been going on since the late 1960s. Not a single individual has been caught or charged for these crimes. Killing these animals on private land is a crime. So
yeah,
not a single person has been caught or charged.
We know for a certainty that before the war ended, Germany expatriated a lot of their technicians, a lot of their technology, money, everything else all around the world. There were hundreds and hundreds of corporations set up around the world as branches of their German counterparts. So the Germans could get all this stuff out of the way before the Allies came in and seized it. So there was basically a German infrastructure, not necessarily a Nazi infrastructure, right? But there was a German infrastructure, a network globally in place when the war ended. So that could have contributed to this, and they could have been able to accomplish this, the development of a secret weapon, with a great deal of secrecy, without a lot of transparency. Yeah. They would have been able to do this pretty covertly, at least for a short period of time, until their network started getting rolled up. And not many of them were rolled up. There were networks in Asia, in South America, even in the United States, in North America. Some of the corporations that you mentioned might have been pro-Nazi, leaning Nazi, pro-German in one way or another, and they would never have come under scrutiny by the intelligence services. We never would have looked at them because they were American, or they were French, or they were English, or whatever. So they would have been above scrutiny. It's only the Nazis that we were chasing, the actual guys who wore the uniforms. But the corporate executives were simply not bothered, because I don't mean of the German companies. The German companies were looked at. They were broken apart in some cases. Krupp, as an example, I think. But as far as their European and American and other corporations who were pro-Nazi, who were openly pro-Nazi, they never came under scrutiny by, for instance, the American intelligence services. The OSS was pretty much out of that business when the war ended. And that was it. There was this hiatus period in the 1945, 46 until 47 when CIA was officially created. And even then they were small at that point and struggling to find their way, and they found it in an anti-communist crusade. Yeah. But until that point, though, we didn't have OSS agents barging into offices in Chicago or Milwaukee or Los Angeles to typical American corporations and demanding to see their records, right? It was not happening. It wasn't on. The FBI was not going to go after, domestic corporate executives just because they had expressed pro-Nazi sentiments, which means they could operate completely secure from oversight. They could do whatever it was that they wanted. And if they were pro-Nazi, if they sympathized, and a lot of them did, they could help covertly fund or contribute in some way to a weapons program.
The thing they thought was really right is that we set the whole show at Majestic 12, and that Majestic 12 was run by the Navy and not the Air Force, which I thought was interesting. What they didn't like...
Just to pause, though, too, we've heard that Majestic 12 wasn't real. There's some people that believe that Majestic 12 is, and then there's obviously the FBI has proved that those documents are fake. And that Majestic 12 didn't
you say
exist.
that.
Yeah.
I don't buy that the FBI has proved anything. I buy that somebody, when they released it, wrote bogus all over it. But that doesn't prove that it's bogus. In fact, I think over the years, I have under option Stanton Friedman's book detailing his investigation to the documents called Top Secret Magic. And I thought it was pretty strong then. And I think over time, even when this latest JFK dump of documents, there's certain things that lead you to believe that maybe we've been too fast to dismiss them. Anyway, they thought that we got that right. And maybe my memory is hazy, and maybe all they thought we got right was the Navy versus the Air Force. But that was pretty radical in 1996 for people to say it's the Navy in charge, not the Air Force, because everybody, if you'd ask anybody, they would have all said the Air Force.
Well, right. And look at today. Look at present day.
And look at today. And what they didn't like is we had a thing where we said that the hive, if you will, which was the alien invasion force in dark skies, they were a ganglion that infested somebody's brain and then took over, right? He said, that's not what happens. That's not the way it works. And to which I said, well, it doesn't matter how it works. It's a TV show. It's a dramatic TV show about an alien invasion.
Is that our brains are quantum computers. We are capable of creating effects that would be considered quantum effects. It would explain mental telepathy. It would explain psychokinesis. It would explain a lot of this phenomena that we studied at various universities and ESP research and that sort of thing, that you could actually measure it if you had the right equipment and perhaps even, develop these abilities in your brain, because the microtubules themselves is the network inside the brain that causes this. Well, Hameroff and Penrose were so convinced of this, so they actually gave talks to the military, to the Pentagon, about weaponizing paranormal abilities, right? They said this could be weaponized. You could actually create equipment or machines or people, trained people, to use this, to do remote viewing, to do all the sort of things that the military projects were trying to do. But you have to shift your focus to the actual physical medium, which is the microtubule networks in the brain, and somehow activate them or control them or map them to the point where you can actually then create these paranormal effects. To me, that was just absolutely stunning and fascinating, because here was a scientific basis, potentially, for all of this, the paranormal stuff that we experience.
I don't know what else to do. I got a mezuzah on my front door. I'm not Jewish, but you know what I mean? It's like I got Buddhas in my backyard. I got, and I sleep with a locked door at night. I always have. I can't sleep in a dark room. Got to have a little bit of light. And I don't know. I mean, Stuart, would say, you have to, and I agree with Stuart. I mean, you can always ask it to leave you alone.
Sure.
But in the case stuff that you're talking about, and this is not the first time this has happened, where military aircraft, things along those, get too close, and and then you lose a life or two. But in the end, if you look at it over 80 years, we haven't lost that many people to this phenomenon, right? Mm-hmm. We've lost some, but losing one is bad enough, but we haven't lost like enough that make everybody jump up and down. So
I think we've been held back by the government up to this point. The cat's out of the bag now. So they're kind of like, oh yeah, well, these things exist, as you well know. That kind of happened to you, right? But up to this point, they've been very tight-lipped about it, because if you think about it, this could be something that is one of the most important things to happen in humanity. If it is extraterrestrial and we're making contact, it would be the absolute most important thing that happened in humanity. So
we should better look into it.
Yeah, I think so. That's a good idea.
But yeah, I mean, the thing that fascinates me is I think, and I'm hearing this, things are starting to crack. Yes. There has been a unanimity presented publicly from the Pentagon that both the US Air Force and the US Navy are in lockstep on this issue. But what if you are a senior US Navy commander and you become aware of things that the US Air Force is concealing criminally, improperly, illegally? I'll say that again. What if you become aware as a senior commander in the US Navy that crimes are being committed? Now, I personally think that anybody that is responsible for such crimes should be publicly excoriated, named, and shamed. But maybe the political arm of your government might take a more cautious view. Maybe they might announce, an interagency task force to review what is known about this issue. A political body, because they no longer trust the Pentagon to do the research and the investigations that they think are necessary. That is what I think is significant out of Monday's announcement.
If you've ever had a chance to talk and really engage with Indigenous people, first of all, they're very, very private. Two, they have an incredibly rich history. Their oral traditions and oral history doesn't go back a few hundred years. It goes back millennia. In fact, when Europe was facing its dark ages and mankind almost went extinct in the European continent, and we were burning books, Indigenous people over here were experiencing a golden era. That wasn't the case over here. And the way they look at nature, the way they look at this topic, UAP, is not like we look at it through Western eyes. In fact, they don't view it as a threat at all. In fact, they don't view it even as paranormal. They view it as normal, as part of nature, their natural environment, as real as the lakes and the sky and the trees on the mountains are. And it's just accepted as part of the greater universe. And I think there's some beauty there. They're not held hostage by their fears. In fact, they embrace it, and that goes to show that you don't have to view this topic as an either or. It doesn't have to be viewed as a threat or as some sort of saving opportunity for our species. It could just be a natural part of our existence.
But since we're being kind of general in this and on a day that was very pragmatic, I don't want to go too into the weird, but there's a lot to this. It's not just vehicles in the sky from somewhere else with cool dudes in it. There's aspects of psychotronics. There's aspects of non-linguistic programming. There's aspects of control around this subject that are frightening. Mm-hmm. And no, those aren't ready for the Hill today. You don't start with those, but we're going to have to get there someday.
For those who are looking to the government for acknowledgement, you only have to listen to the multiple senators now and the multiple congressmen and congresswomen who've come out and said, there's something worth following up on here. None of them have said, oh, it's aliens. But they've all said, this is way deeper than anybody expected. And I mean, I forget the name of the senator who just said it today. I said, the public has a right to know.
Yeah, they do. And I think it'll be a process over time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whether or not we want that, I think it'll be a process of acceptance, So in your own history, let me get into the Otcama skeleton. That is kind of what you got. That's kind of what
fantastic opportunity to start to get to the bottom of something had slowed down to a standstill.
To start out with your thoughts on where things currently stand.
Well, I mean, just even 2 weeks ago, who could have even predicted where it is today? I mean, just go back a year and we all thought that the whole thing had slowed down to a standstill. So I think the actions in the last week made at the federal level are extraordinary. I mean, creating an interagency task force, which basically extends the reach of inquiries into various departments is just phenomenal.
I think that's what we should be doing. A wise man once said a long, long time ago, the greatest nation is but one generation away from utter ruin. And what he meant by that, it doesn't matter how much natural gas and natural resources and timber and lumber and gold and oil you have in your country. At the end of the day, it's useless if you don't invest in the next generation because you're going to lose it all. The greatest, from my perspective, the greatest national treasure we have is ourselves. It's our children. So why don't we, pull your head out of your ass and start, investing in the future, really in the future, right? Stop, trading on Bitcoin and all this shit and trying to find the next high and excuse my language and invest in your children. Talk to them. You know what? Go out and throw a ball. If it's raining, you know what? Watch a movie together. Just spend time with each other. Talk to each other. Sit around the dinner table if you can. And if you're a hardworking single mother or single parent and you can't afford to do it, well, you know, try to take whatever time you have and remember time is precious, because there's people that I've had the chance to work with, good people that are not on this planet anymore, and they don't have an opportunity to talk to their kids or their loved ones, you know? So
another one we put on a UFO and was able to report like he had been abducted. You know, this is a case where he had not been, but UFO sightings were, you know, popular at the time, particularly abduction scenario. So that was one where, again, changing history could cause a new scenario and be able to describe the situation just as if it were real.
I mean, that's the bidirectional mimicry. You've got the quote unquote real phenomenon. You've got a small program that's hiding underneath the phenomenon, and then you've got the phenomenon that's actually mimicking, you know, the government surveillance program. So you've got this. You can create these Z plots, but the problem is that you're looking at cattle mutilations through the lens of two layers of deception. Prion, which is a very slow way of dying, was moving slowly through the food chain. And there was a major outbreak of this prion disease in northeastern Colorado in the 60s. And so the cattle mutilation phenomenon erupted in northeastern Colorado around the same time, roughly temporally. And so, you know, you've got all these sort of lights in the sky that were causing these animals or associated with these animals dying. And so the hypothesis we put out was that they were actually monitoring the spread of these prions as it spread through the cattle herds in northeastern Colorado. And then they found that they were spreading a lot quicker through the United States.
Prior to creating Dark Skies, I met with my partner, Brent Friedman, and I didn't know him at the time, and he told me a story about when he was an 18-year-old, and he had been hired to drive a car across the United States to deliver it to someone who was in Reagan's cabinet, who lived in the neighborhood he was at and was a family friend, and that this person was the Undersecretary of the Navy in the first term and Secretary of Energy in the second term, and that he told Brent some harrowing things, which I'm just not going to get into right now. It's too long of a story, but suffice it to say, this person felt that his very basis of reality had been challenged, that he had been briefed and the briefing wasn't so good. And I'll just give you the one quote. He said he cried himself to sleep every night during the briefing period, which apparently was 6 to 8 weeks. And Brent asked him why, and he said, because I have daughters, and this is the world they're going to live in. And that is kind of existentially disquieting, right? So, I actually believe that story to be true. I mean, I've looked into it, and I know Brent's truthfulness. So I think there is a darker side to this. It doesn't mean there isn't a lighter side. I have not heard the lighter side in the same kind of graphic relief that I heard about the darker side.
But I would speculate, as I think a lot of other people will, that people who have had a lot of challenges in their life that may suffer from PTSD or CPTSD or have been through trauma, it's almost as if those folks, let's just say for a moment we're using the metaphor of a wire, that we're all a nice copper wire. We're meant to carry energy from one point to another, and we're insulated from all the other signals around us to a certain extent. I don't hear the electronics in my TV or the electricity in the walls. I don't hear the Wi-Fi or see the Wi-Fi, even though it's present here. But a certain amount of my insulation over the years has been stripped away. That seems to reveal a minute percentage of our reality to me that might not be apparent to everybody else around me. And whether it's pattern recognition or, reading a room, that kind of thing, that constant bombardment of information for a long time threatened to drive me nuts. and then it just became something I was able to kind of recognize and cope with and utilize. But I really do think that there does seem to be comorbidities across the board with a lot of so-called experiencers and or witnesses, that these folks have almost in all cases experienced some major trauma in their life, that I use the metaphor of it, that has stripped away their insulation and left them more more open to these other frequencies, ideas, visualizations, whatever it may be.
Again, good reason to trust a number of individuals who are actually part of the reverse engineering or very close to the reverse engineering programs, or who have testified to the fact recently. And so, when you testify, you're under oath. And so, these people are putting their careers at risk for breaking one oath, and they're taking another and telling the truth. So, or what they believe to be the truth. I have seen data from a couple of groups now that were pretty extraordinary and obvious interactions with something. I mean, I don't want to get into the details. I'll wait for them to get their data together. I'm going to help them write up the paper. But I've never seen anything so extraordinary.
Right.
I'm sorry for being,
No, you've got to respect people too, and these are your peers, right? So if you quickly get a name for just giving away people's work, nobody wants to work with you anymore.
Nobody wants to work with you anymore. But it is extraordinary if we can get it down. I mean, it was a once only event, but it was recorded by 2 cameras, and it was very close up. I don't know how to explain it. But it clearly reacted to their signal, and it got up close and personal. So hopefully they'll be able to put that together in a way that is publishable.
It's sent to me by a colleague who is very interested in that question. And it kind of relates to the show called Dark that I mentioned earlier, which I would encourage everyone to watch because it deals with that question, and it's metaphorical. It deals with humans involved with time travel, but you have to look at the deeper layers of it, and it really speaks to the question of that you bring up. And I want to just read. I was really affected by these few lines that this friend sent to me, and it says, What he wrote was, "We trust that time is linear, that it proceeds eternally, uniformly into infinity. But the distinction between past, present, and future is nothing but an illusion. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow are not consecutive. They are connected in a never-ending circle. Everything is connected. We exist within a spiral galaxy, after all. Ultimately, what we know is a drop. What we don't know is an ocean." Maybe that doesn't really relate to time travel, but it sort of does, because time travel is connected with time and the nature of time and what is time. And some of the lines from this text actually came from the show Dark. And so I would, that's about, I'm still trying to figure all this out. I don't know, but I would encourage people to watch that and see what they think of it. Because I learned a lot from that show about time and time travel, and it all relates to the ultimate nature of the phenomenon we're dealing with, which is something vast and big and defies time. And so, so can it be connected to time travel? Yes, I'd say so.
What about penetration through solid surfaces? That sounds interesting.
It is interesting, isn't it?
Would that also fall under transmedium?
Yeah, absolutely. If you understand the mathematics, like some of our guys do, there's some theories that potentially stipulate that mass and matter and energy is a bit relative. And again, I'll allow the physicists to expound upon that. But yeah, certainly something worth looking into.
You have to understand, remote viewing, it was never designed to give you perfect images of anything. It was designed to give you warnings for survival. It goes back 400,000 years, and it was to ensure your survival against things like cave bears that were 15 feet tall and weighed 3,000 pounds and had nails 4.5 inches long. You didn't want to run into one of those turkeys or you wouldn't survive. So it was a way for the subconscious to give you warnings or to protect you in some way. Well, we lost the need for that probably 30,000 years ago, or 10,000 years ago, whenever it was that we became sufficient at hunting and gathering that we could actually have some spare time for doing other things.
Yeah.
And so, our need for survival mechanisms has disappeared. We hire people to protect us now, like police and firemen and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So we don't need it anymore. That's why really good remote viewers are usually ex-policemen, firemen, soldiers, surgeons. They're people that are faced with making life and death decisions in the instant without the ability to go and look something up in a book or talk to somebody for advice. It's an intuitive response.
Definitely. It better happen before that. I don't think we're going to be in any shape in a decade to be doing very much of anything. So I'm not hopeful for the future direction that we're moving in it.
And the future direction, climate-wise, AI-wise?
Climate-wise and geopolitical-wise, the whole thing I think is going to kind of come. I think things are going to be pretty difficult starting in a few years. And from what I've been told by sources.
What does that mean? It's going to be difficult?
I can't say specifically. I don't know that much yet, and I can't really say, but just that a lot of what we take for granted now in life, I don't think is going to be, we're not going to have it. A lot of things we have now that makes our lives as wonderful as they are.
Like electricity?
I don't know. Just the access to all the things we have access to now that are dependent on the globalization, basically, which just aren't sustainable. A lot of the things we have aren't sustainable. The populations are growing, and I think the climate issues are major as well. I mean, that's just my opinion, but I have studied quite a bit about the climate change problem, and I take it really seriously.
Is there something about the geopolitical situation? Because you just referenced population and climate change.
It's not that simple. I just don't feel qualified to talk about it, but I just don't think things as they are now are sustainable, and I'm not qualified to really talk about that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm just concerned. That's all.
Yeah.
So I don't think 10 years in the future. I only think 3 or 4 years into the future.
Mm-hmm. It's too uncertain past that point.
I would say so.
Something was interesting I saw a couple days ago, that the Nobel Prize in Science just went to some researchers that identified something called the internal GPS within cells. These cells are able to activate and stay activated only when an animal is facing in one particular direction, which is how we're able to find our way around and remember where we've gone. We don't know if these cells are magnetoreceptive yet, but it makes sense that they would be. They're doing more research in that. So I know what you're thinking is like, it seems impossible that we would have this sense when we can't find our way out of a shopping mall or a parking lot. The fact is, we just don't need it today too much, but we did need it about 400 years ago and before then. This is what Manhattan was supposed to look like about 400 years ago. You'd need a pretty good sense of direction to make it through here, and especially through the heavily forested areas. This is what Manhattan looks like now. You need zero sense of direction to make it around here. The pattern of settlements, roads, and other landmarks that undergird our modern society make it easy to know exactly where we are. And of course, if ever we're in doubt, you pull out your phone, and from practically anywhere on the planet, you can see exactly where you are through GPS. So our keen sense of magnetoreception has probably become latent and mostly dormant, just like our need to free dive to the seafloor and grab food. But that doesn't mean it's gone away. It's probably easy to revive it if you really want to. You just close your eyes, let your body do the rest.
One of my advisors was from the National Reconnaissance Office, high up, high up. And they call it episodic visits. That's all I know.
Episodic, meaning like they have time periods where they like.
I saw a paper where they
semesters.
I figured out, the Department of Defense figured out, a physicist there, an algorithm of how to compute when the things fly in and collect smaller ships, like motherships, small ships, at what longitude and latitude, and what essentially what orbit it would land at when it would collect these other machines. And so they tested that, and all I know is it was successful.
And let's just say hypothetically, there's a 10% chance, US has a 10% chance that these things are bad, or one day they're going to come here in force, and they're looking at us, right? Remember, you're putting on your national security hat, so forget about everything else for a moment. Your job is to be paranoid. And there's a small remote chance that these things are not good. And maybe there is a plan for these things at some point to come in force in 50 years from now. And if the mere fact you have this conversation with the American people, what's going to happen? Well, the American people are going to start getting prepared. Well, I can tell you in real life combat situations, when we send in long range surveillance LURS teams, behind enemy lines, the moment the enemy finds out that we know, that they know we're there, the element of surprise is over. And so ultimately, hypothetically, imagine a scenario where maybe we had 50 years to prepare for something, but now that the cat's out of the bag, that existential action will happen tomorrow. And by the way, we're not ready for it.
I'll tell you this. What is so funny about this, and it shows you about our drive for human exceptionalism, we've got to be unique, is that if we'd found 15 human bodies like this, not a person on earth would not say, that is a mass grave of some type. That is a mass disposal area of humans. Absolutely. There would have been no doubt. We didn't have a human. We had something foundationally not a human, something not in our, and you touch on that. I'm doing it, you're doing it. We throw the word human. There's no definition of human.
How can that be?
Yeah, you said, look it up right now. Have your people Google it. You'll get something ridiculous like a human is having the characteristic of people or a person. Homo sapiens will have the characteristics of a human. It's circular because we've never discovered an outgroup. And my colleagues and I, the more than 150 scientists involved with this, one of the largest science projects in the world, we think that we may now have that outgroup.
So they're close enough to us in certain behaviours, but different enough that we can define what we are in contrast to them.
Well, they are bipedal, so they're hominins. They're within the lineage of bipedal, but that's about where it stops. They share thick enamel and a few things with us, but they have a tiny brain. They're not adapting to the world in the way we are. They are a form of an outgroup, and we've begun to find culture.
What else? So what was in the burials?
I announced in December that we'd found fire. Within the next couple of months, you're going to see extraordinary discoveries that we've made. We're on the verge of, for the first time in human history, being able to examine a non-human species with culture.